For the promotion of gender equality through conciliation, work-life balance, eliminating stereotypes based on gender, educating for equality between women and men, preventing domestic and gender-based violence. This is the Work-Life Balance Program, funded by the EEA Grants for a better understanding of reality, for action based on research and knowledge, promoting policies that ensure equal pay and equality in decision-making. EEA Grants, working together for a competitive and inclusive Europe. Good morning to all the people who are here at the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation and for the people who are following us on YouTube as well. We would like to welcome this presentation session where we are going to present the first results of this program of conciliation and gender equality. This is managed by SIQUIT in partnership with Norwegian Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombudsman and funded by Innovative and Structuring Project for the country in areas of gender equality, conciliation of personal and professional and family life as well, violence against women and domestic violence, and good governance. To start this session, we are going to give the word to the Executive Administrator of the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation, Martin Essien.
Good morning. I'm Martin Essien, and as the lady kindly said, I'm a member of the board responsible for the grant making of the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation in Portugal, in the UK, in Africa, and in the Armenian communities around the world. I would like, on behalf of the board, to welcome all of you, especially our distinguished guests and my fellow speakers this morning, but all of you to the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation. It's particularly appropriate that this event should be held here because, as I hope I will be able to articulate to you, gender equality has been an important part of our work for a very long time and continues to be so and is going to get more important. It's also something we want to apply to ourselves. But that is work in progress, and we need to do more, and we know we need to do more about that. We've recently revisited our strategy and put sustainability and equity at the heart of everything that we do. So that's not just the grant making that I'm responsible for, but also all the direct activities that we provide to people from this magnificent set of buildings. So the two museums, the Science Centre and the orchestra and the choir are all applying those same principles of sustainability and equity. And the rationale for that and what determines what we do is that we address the really big issues, the big problems where there's greatest need, and where we are uniquely well positioned to act. And we believe, as a leading international foundation with significant resources, we can and must address the major issues of our time, and equality and sustainability, we think, are the two that are the most important. And that guides us within those two areas as well as to exactly what we do. And that links to our founder too, who also operated on the big issues of his time with ingenuity and determination, and we try and follow in that example. And we're doing this in Portugal, in the UK, in Africa, and in Armenia. In Portugal, the Foundation has managed the Active Citizens Fund, an EEA Grants Programme, for the past 10 years. And we've supported projects that promote democracy, active citizenship, good governance, transparency, upholding of human rights equal treatment, gender equality, and non-discrimination. And crucially, that also promote social justice and the inclusion of vulnerable groups. And last, we've been investing a lot of your money, for which many thanks, in building the capacity of the NGO sector in Portugal to also do those things and have the capacity to do that. It's a vital stage. It's one of the areas where this country is not as far advanced as it should be, and we are determined, with your help, to rectify that. In the current funding period, gender equality and gender-based violence is one of the 3 priority areas for the bilateral cooperation initiatives, and the programme has supported projects in those areas. We've created victim support offices, we've promoted women's health, family planning, and reproductive rights. We've educated, we've raised awareness, we've produced manuals and videos, and we've promoted social inclusion and the integration of migrant, refugee, and Roma communities. But it's not just in Portugal and not just in this programme. In Armenia, we and our sister foundation in the UK, the St. Sarkis Charity Trust, also created by Kaluz Gulbenkian, which I'm lucky also to be on the board of, we've sought to help women found businesses, particularly after the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, where a lot of the men were taken out and the women have to provide for their family and make a living, and shelter from the threat of domestic violence, which I'm afraid to say is a huge issue in Armenia, and also to defend themselves and to communicate to people, to women, that they have a right to defend themselves. And that has been a vital part of our work. But it's by no means just a story of defense. In both Armenia and Africa, we have noted that in those strongly patriarchal societies, it is the women who are the main agents of social change. We have supported them in Armenia on critical thinking, environmental awareness, which has been one of the big issues there, and civil society. And that led directly to the Velvet Revolution that overthrew the corrupt, oligarchic, male-dominated regime that there was there, and has brought in new breath of democracy to that country. And in Africa, it's the same. We've supported critical thinking, but also the independent capacity of the organizations there to do research. And again, it's women who have been the ones who have been leading the charge. For example, 70% of the principal investigators that we funded last year were female. And that's not because we have a lean toward that, it's just because those are the best people doing that work. And you will have seen in Mozambique, in the south there, again, it is women leading the social change there. So despite all this important and hard work, there is still a huge amount to do. We've seen recent setbacks in women's rights across the world, which show us the importance of civil society and the importance of perseverance on this issue. We all have a responsibility to seek to get equity in all over the world, but we also need to celebrate women's achievements and ensure those are recognized and the role models are given the prominence that they should be given. The positives, I think, are a vital part of the overall story. And that's one of the reasons I think it's so important that we have this discussion today. Thank you very much and have a fantastic day.
Vai de seguida usar da palavra a embaixadora da Noruega em Portugal,
Here's the ambassador of Norway in Portugal, Tove Westberg.
Bom dia a todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone. The Secretary of State of Equality and Migrations, Dr. Isabella Rodrigues, the executive administrator, who already left, but thank you so much for your speech. Here's the coordinator of the national management. Here's the Dr. Sandra Ribeiro, to the director of the program Active Citizens, Pires, Dr. Pires. He's the representative of Elisa. And here's the representative of FMO. And the people who are here representing the entities that promote and support the projects that are being funded by EEA grants. Everyone, I'm really thrilled to be here with you to present the donor countries of the EEA grants, to show you the results of this program. I would like to start to welcome the National Secretary and representing the Portuguese state, and for being with all the programs that are related with this grant, and also the close following that he has of these projects, and how it has been giving so much attention, and Portugal has been very focused on the conciliation and management of private and family life against discrimination and domestic abuse. We are now coming close to the end of the grants program in 2024, and we are now being shown the results of the projects. I must say that the work is impressive. Throughout the last year, mainly, I had the opportunity to know in a closer way most of these projects, and sometimes close with links to Linxa, to watch the innovative work, and most of the times see this touching work that the people worked on, and to testify and to see the impact that these projects had already had in the Portuguese society, but also in the personal life of women and men of this country. All of this, I want to send you a warm message of thank you. This message also goes to all the team of SIG that has been developing a great work. It's been helping the promoters, but also when it comes to sharing the results of these projects. Indeed, I consider that sharing these results of these projects, it's really important. And it's important that the society knows your work, debates its conclusions, and discusses how we can all contribute to end these issues. It's also important, I think, that this theme of conciliation between professional and family life is integrated in all the sectors of society, and must be recognized when it comes to the concerns of the Portuguese society, when it comes to wages, adaptations, inflation, and I said that to the health minister on Monday. Dear participants, I must highlight the participation in this seminar of the Active Citizens, who was also funded by EEA Grants, and it's been managed by Gulp Calouste Bankian, and
other foundation. When it comes to funding the civil society in Portugal, this Active Citizens program has had a really important role when it comes to promote projects, when it comes to gender equality and domestic violence. And when we had our annual meeting in September, we had the opportunity to know one of the projects that in this field of domestic violence that was managed by Active Citizens Project. Dialogue that this seminar promotes is between the two programs that present different scales and perspectives when it comes to common issues, and it will be certainly really important for the future of EE grants. To end, but not less important, I would like to thank Norwegian Equality as a partner entity of the program, as also all of the Norway entities that are here supporting this project in Portugal. I'm sure that the developing of the Norwegian partners was very important for the success of these projects that happened in Portugal. But I also know that for the Norwegian partners, these partnerships are always considered really important and nice experiences that share learning, that in most cases it goes beyond the teachings of these projects. But for Norway, for all of us together, the grants are a great investment. Thank you so much.
Representing the adjunct ministers and parliamentary matters, Catarina Mensch, I'd like to give the word to the Secretary of State for Equality and Migrations, Isabela Rodrigues. Good morning to all the present people. Although it was already done, I would like to thank, of course, the Executive Administrator of the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation for being here today with us. I would also like to greet the Ambassador of Norway in Portugal, Tove Brovik Westberg. And I'd like to thank you for all the involvement of Norway in this project. I know it from the Azores, where I'm from, since I integrated the Executive Commission here. And I've developed lots of projects, and I could see that the impact that it had is extraordinary, and I'd like to thank you for that. Susana Ramos, the coordinator of the National Unit of Management for the EEA grant, for all your commitment to make sure that we can take advantage of this opportunity and make sure that it creates effective results. Also, the Norwegian Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombud, representing the Financial Mechanism Office. It's going to be harder for me, I'm sorry, but Gudrun Godmund-Stodir. And Luís Madreiras Pires of the Active Citizens Program, Cidadãos Ativos, because the last are the first, my dear President of SIG, Sandra Ribeiro, as well as the team of EEA Grants and SIG, and of course all the promoting entities that promote projects that are partners, and all the other people who are here today. It's a great pleasure for me to represent the minister that is being kept by parliamentary topics, and sometimes it's hard for her to be present at events that occur at the same time as parliamentary events. Today, I'm going to drink a little bit before I start coughing, I'm sorry. This morning, doing what a lot of us are going to do today. When we wake up, we look at Instagram, and I saw an article from a paper that said that cutting the grass once a week is not the same as taking care of the family every day. And I thought it was quite interesting. Thank you so much. Because indeed, we still have lots of family situations where the balance of the load is quite unequal. And of course, cutting the grass once a week or just nailing some nails on the wall is not equal to the responsibility to the other person. So there's one overcharge for one of the members of the household, of course. And it's a great pleasure for me to see that together we are evolving in this common goal, that is equality. Portugal is a recipient of the EEA grant since 2008, and we've been able to renovate our commitment since then, and also try to be part of others. We've been able to increase this funding, and as it was already mentioned by our ambassador here, it's also due to the quality of projects that are developed and which have become good practices that have been copied both nationally and internationally as well. Among the countries that are the recipients of these EEA grants in Portugal, we are the only ones that have a specific program on work-life balance and gender equality. And this is due to the involvement of the Portuguese government in this topic and its great commitment towards the promotion of equality. This principle, in terms of national and international equality, has shown some advancement in terms of gender equality. But we have verified that we are evolving quite slowly, despite of all the efforts that we are putting in this work. Furthermore, with this slow evolution of countries that are committed to this purpose, we have also seen some step backs that are creating a crisis in human rights and that are putting equality between men and women at risk. And we have witnessed things that we didn't believe to be possible. We can think, for example, about what happened to women in Iran, but also about what is being done with books of basic education in Florida, where they are rewriting history and omitting all the contents that are precisely addressing equality amongst everyone. And witnessing that in a state that has a democratic story, it's something that should make us think and understand that we need to act more intensely than what we've been doing so far, because everything that we have achieved is, in the end, quite fragile and reversible. So if we look at Europe and at the result of the elections in Italy, the political change that this has produced and the setbacks that have occurred, it's important to understand that not even in Europe, where we have a very committed Bill of Rights that is committed to human rights, not even here Europe is safe from these setbacks. So the good news is that these indicators that we have registered in Portugal, and despite the fact that we are signaling changes that are not at the pace that we would love, we have not seen any setbacks, and that's good, because we can see that the policies that have been defined, established, and those that were established by the previous government, namely that adopted the national strategy More Equal Portugal Mais Igual, it means that these these initiatives are going the right way. In terms of work, we've also seen lots of improvements. We've had a good performance in terms of participation in the employment rates, full-time employment rates, although we know that this reality is also created by the need to increase family incomes. Of course, we cannot forget this aspect, but also in terms of power, where we've been able to increase the number of women that have more decisive roles, especially in terms of administration of companies that are in the stock market. So, of course, here the laws of positive discrimination have given an impulse, have helped create this progress. The truth is that the law doesn't change mentalities, it doesn't change mindsets or ways of working or organizations. So all this effort must be accompanied by all of us in the different roles that we play throughout the day, that are many for many of us. And we have to accompany this change in our own actions, so we make sure that this change is implemented. In the private sphere, sharing responsibilities, this balance of sharing the load in terms of taking care of the family, going to school meetings, cleaning the house, this load balance is not quite equal yet, and it's something that I always mention when I talk about this topic. That is that sometimes finding women who say with great recognition that their husbands help them a lot, I think that the first exercise that we have to do is to stop saying that they are not helping. They are doing something that is their responsibility. They should be doing it. So if we all do this exercise, maybe we are going to make sure that this becomes internal. It's not a matter of help, it's a matter of shared responsibility. Even today, the greater part of this non-paid work still befalls on women, and that's why for us it's more difficult to conciliate all the dimensions of our life, the professional life and also the personal life that generally comes in last. And this also has repercussions in the income and well-being potential of women and the people around them. And it's important to keep in mind that reaching the retirement age, when we see in countries with policies of inequality that come from other times, when we see inequalities in retirement even, they come from what has happened throughout the professional life, because women have always interrupted their careers to take care of what was necessary. So this is something that is not just visible as young workers. This has lifelong repercussions even when we stop working and retire. On the other hand, beside the important impacts that the pandemic has had in social and economic terms throughout the world, it has also shown in Portugal and in other countries this systemic injustice between men and women, and especially in the case of asymmetries in unpaid work, domestic work, that are not in accordance with the duties and rights of men and women. This has been also mentioned by the United Nations last year. The impact of the pandemic was also felt in the increase of factors of risk of violence against women, and we've seen that there was an increase in cases of domestic violence, and this is an unacceptable and serious way of violating human rights, especially women's rights. It's something that doesn't depend on the country where we are. It doesn't depend on our social or economic situation. It's something that strikes women in a transversal manner. And I'd like to say that it strikes men because 8 in 10 victims are indeed women. It's another aspect that shows that we are in an inequality situation. And these women that have been victims of domestic violence are women who come from different backgrounds, women who are heterosexual, women in homosexual relations, rich women, poor women. Gender equality and work-life balance are therefore a priority for the Portuguese government, and it's with great commitment that we are developing this specific program regarding work-life balance and gender equality in alignment with our strategy that I already mentioned. This program has been funding since 2019 a total of 33 innovative projects, one investment of 6.35 million euros, and it has to do with 3 very important areas in this way for equality: work-life balance, domestic violence, and good governance. From the 12 projects that have been occurring, 8 will be presented today, but all of them will be able to create a capitalization and the development of initiatives based on the results that we have reached, and they also will allow for new approaches, new intervention areas, and they will contribute to more informed public policies and that are also more effective in promoting gender equality. These results, and I'd like to underline this, are going to allow us to inform the political decision-making process and to inform as well the design of public policies, which means that they are going to effectively contribute to ensuring the same opportunities for men and women in the work market. They will contribute to the improvement of the system of protection and prevention of violence against women, domestic violence, and they will also allow the civic and political participation of women. And I'd like to make an alert here. We have a law that is the law of parity for the election for government organs that requires a minimum representation for each of the genders. But if we look closely at all the political universe, and particularly at the parties, what we can see is that we are meeting the quotas in non-executive positions, because when we reach executive positions, most of these roles are still occupied by women. If we look at autarchic power, we have more women that are applying for the municipal assembly presidency than men. We have more women trying to apply for municipal roles than for council city roles. So the parity law is a fundamental tool to make sure that women can be there, because if this law did not exist, the parliament panorama that in itself is not quite pleasant to look at from the equality point of view would be far worse. So it goes to say, as we already mentioned this morning, that we still have lots of work to do, and of course the funding of the EEA grants here must be complemented by the national counterpart, but needs to be also taken advantage of in the right way. So we need to insist not only in the right areas, but also in the projects that are most important for us. And what are these projects? These are projects that create sustainable instruments that will represent a continuous work that go beyond the life cycle of the project and that contribute to the implementation of public policies. I'd like to finish by thanking and recognizing the work that is done in this area. Equality is not something that is just for women. It's something that's for all of us. And true social cohesion, true justice depends on us being able to carry on this objective. Democracy, the survival of democracy also depends on what we are able to do in this aspect. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay with you throughout this day, and I'm very sorry for it because I miss the times where I could come to an event like this and absorb all of the day, because it's something I loved spending my time on. But I'm sure it's going to be a very productive day because your work has been very productive too. Thank you very much. Now we will go to the second part of the program that talks about the importance of bilateral cooperation. Please, the coordinator of National Management of EEA Grants in Portugal, Susana Ramos. Good morning to all who are here. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for the ambassador of Norway. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to work with you. I would like to say hello to the president of SIG, who has been working with us through all of this. Thank you for the president of the Active Citizens project. I want to say hello to all of the entities who are here. I'm really pleased to see all of you. I would like to say hello to our colleagues from FMU and all of the technical teams. And I would like to highlight the technical team of SIG. I cannot say thank you to everyone, but everything that has been happening and all of the work that we do daily, it's been coordinated by her, and I want to thank you for all of the work you've been doing. I'm very happy to be here. I'm here representing the National Management Unity of the grants in Portugal. And for those who do not know what EEA grants are, they are a funding mechanism of the Economic European Zone. It was signed in 1962. And the three EFTA countries started integrating the internal market of the European Union. And EEA grants have two main goals. They want to reduce the inequalities within the economic European zone, but they want to to make the bilateral cooperation stronger. And let me highlight how important these goals are. These are goals that are both important and are important for us countries who are recipients, and it's also important for countries that are donors. And Portugal is a recipient of this mechanism together with Greece since its beginning. Portugal has been developing projects that have been very important to our country in multiple fields.
The history of EEA grants has been, our country has been having support, for example, environmental protection, fighting against climate change, strengthening protection of cultural patrimony, gender equality, prevention of domestic violence, and throughout these 30 years, the EEA grants have been helping Portugal with more than 300 million euros. And so we've been receiving lots of help, and it's allowed for us to be funded more than 700 projects, and we are very proud of this, not only by the dimension but the impact it has been making in Portugal. This funding mechanism is the 5th being held in Portugal. It's 2014-2021, and as has been said previously, it will stop in 2024 for the projects, and 2025 will be the last year. These have a global allocation of lots of million euros, and they have 5 main areas. The blue growth, that is connected to ocean, but also environment, culture, conciliation, and gender equality. That is what these projects are talking about. And of course, we have the fund of active citizens. And these are the areas that are now in this mechanism. Then we have a fund for bilateral relations of 3 million euros. So we have these active partnerships, but also we have a place where we can support areas that go beyond the areas that are programmed. So this is a fund that can go accordingly to these motivations, these cooperations, and the interests that are related to the recipient countries, but of course also the donor countries. When it comes to conciliation and gender equality, is being funded by this mechanism, but is being funded since 24 and 29. So these results have been, these are really relevant results in the sector, in this field, but they have been considered contributes that are essential by those working in this area, and they have been promoting more strong and capable policies. We have lots of examples of what has been made, what has been funded and implemented, such as the national inquiry of, for example, harassment in the workplace. These are some examples of the last mechanism that were really important when it comes to the public policies and the creation of other projects. But when it comes the importance of this program is also in the fact that this mechanism in this funding moment was really approached. There were funded lots of projects that were meeting the strategic fields, but also the results that we needed in our field. Portugal, as it has been said by the Secretary of State, has been considered a pioneer since it's one of the only recipients that has a field that is it has as highlight the gender equality. This is programming of human rights, but is not being prioritized. For example, it happens in other countries, but not as much as in Portugal. If we didn't have a program that helped so much like SIG, everything would be different. If we had a different management or any other entity that works in the justice field would be responsible in this field, everything would be different. We won't say as much, but the focus, the knowledge, the capability of helping would be different. So when it comes to this, we must thank SIG. We have had the opportunity to share the context of Portugal to other contexts. We had, together with SIG, the opportunity to create a session in Reykjavik to show the other countries what has been developed in Portugal. since Portugal has been considered an example. We are sure that in the next funding mechanism, something will change in this context since it is clear. I would also like to highlight of the EE grants, of the bilateral cooperation. In this program, we have 97% of these the projects that are being supported and funded are with partnerships of the donors. Only one project hasn't been working with entities of the donors countries. This is making. We are sure that these bilateral projects can become better. They can be more than the ones who are working within it. We can share experiences, results, knowledge, technologies, tools, but we are also making people closer. This negotiation of these EEA grants has been happening last year, and we hope we can conclude them so that we can conclude this important support for Portugal. I would like to thank and congratulate all of the projects that will be presented today and to congratulate them for all the results. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much. Representing the Norwegian Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombud, I'd like to give the word to Taryn Knudstad.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind words from the previous speakers. I am Taryn Knudstad from the Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombud, and I work at the monitoring section, and my field of expertise is gender equality and gender discrimination, including intersectional discrimination. I think for those of you who don't know us, I want to say a little bit about the Ombud first. We were established by an Act of Parliament in January 2006. And the Ombud is an independent public agency, administratively subordinate to the King and the Ministry. However, the Ombud is politically independent. And I think that the structure in Norway is somewhat different from the Portuguese. Because this means that neither the King nor the Ministry can give instructions to the Ombud regarding the way in which individual cases are dealt with, or regarding any other aspects of the Ombud's professional activities. And the Ombud's mandate and independent role is stipulated under the Norwegian Anti-Discrimination Ombud Act. Now, the Ombud shall work to promote de facto equality and prevent discrimination in all sectors of society. And I have a whole list of discrimination grounds. It's gender, pregnancy, leave in connection with childbirth and adoption, care responsibility, ethnicity, religion, belief, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and/or age. The Ombud shall also work to promote equal treatment in the context of employment, irrespective of political views and labor organization memberships. Also, we provide guidance in issues of discrimination in individual cases. Furthermore, and this is relevant for my section, that the Ombud has a legal mandate to monitor that Norwegian law and administration practice are in accordance with Norwegian obligation pursuant to the following conventions. The Convention on the Elimination of Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is relevant for today, CEDAW, and also the Convention on Racial Discrimination and the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we have a wide mandate. The Ombud shall also supervise the activity duty, and the reason I mention this is because this activity duty can be a very useful tool for many of you here today. We don't have time to go into it, but talk to me later if you want to, because this duty applies to both local and national authorities, and it includes the duty to prevent harassment, sexual harassment, gender-based violence, as well as stereotyping. and it includes a duty to counteract intersexual discrimination. And we're quite proud of this duty. And now to the issue for this seminar. I want to highlight some of the benefits of taking part in bilateral cooperation. And obviously, this is not an exhaustive list. So, first of all, to state the obvious, international cooperation works. And by that, I mean that bilateral cooperation is a positive thing in and of itself. To gain insight into other countries' legislation, political structures, professional practices, and experiences is always beneficial. And something which matters greatly to me as an anthropologist, it is that the international cooperation also makes us more cognizant of practices and policies in our own countries. And that, in turn, will add value to the work for gender equality. Another benefit is that the search for suitable Norwegian partners creates networks and facilitates dialogue. The Ombud is engaged in bilateral projects within the Work-Life Balance program, and in our capacity as a donor program partner, the Ombud has assisted in finding suitable Norwegian partners for a number of projects, including bilateral projects. And this process can be quite stressful. I'm looking for Joanna here. She knows that it can be a lot of work, but it is also very constructive and very informative. And the reason I say this is because this process allows us to engage in dialogues with a wide range of public and private organizations and institutions in our own country. And regardless of our private relationships with these stakeholders, the projects allow for a different kind of collaboration over time, which contributes to strengthen the Ombud's ties with these organizations and institutions. So we're very thankful for this opportunity. And similarly, I may add, since Norwegian organizations are not represented except for one, I've noticed one from NKVTS, the organizations and institutions who join as project partners also benefit greatly from these bilateral collaborations. They gain access to additional resources, they expand their professional networks, and they exchange knowledge, experiences, and best practices with private and public stakeholders from other countries. Another benefit is that these projects allow organizations to use the resources on specific challenges over prolonged periods of time. And needless to say, this is especially valuable for stakeholders with very limited budgets, and that goes for most organizations and institutions in our field of work. And together with these beneficial qualities of bilateral collaboration can pave the way for improved policies, strategies, and measures in both the donor and the recipient country. One of the bilateral projects in our portfolio is about intimate partner homicide. And here in Portugal, you have been fortunate enough to have a team or a commission which analyzes cases of partner homicides to better prevent such killings. I think the team has existed for about 7 years. So they have, hi. So they have a lot of experience. In Norway, on the other hand, both the Ombud and several NGOs have for years recommended a similar commission. And a few months ago, the government finally established a working group whose mandate it is to establish a Norwegian partner homicide team. Now, one of the activities in the Partner Homicide Project was to arrange for a 2-day workshop with the Portuguese Partner Homicide team to share their experiences and knowledges with approximately, I think we ended up with 30 stakeholders. They were all very carefully picked by the Norwegian partners because we had restrictions for the workshops to work. It couldn't be too many people. And so we invited also then the Norwegian working group to this workshop so that they could draw on the experience and reflections of the Portuguese team and learn from the strengths and weaknesses of the Portuguese model, and also to allow for a more interactive sharing of ideas we adjusted the agenda somewhat to give the Norwegian working group 1 hour of day 2 to inform us of their work and to share their reflections with the Portuguese team and the other participants at the seminar. And in my opinion, this is a really good example of how bilateral projects benefit all parties and contribute to dynamic and informative exchanges of knowledge and experiences. That being said, bilateral cooperation can also be used as a tool for proactive work by the partners. And by partners, I mean both program partners and project partners. For instance, had the situation been different, and Norway, at the time of our workshop I just referred to, did not have any concrete plans to establish a partner homicide team, this seminar would have provided the participants and the Ombud with very good tools for future proactive work to establish such a team. They could put pressure on the government by using Portugal as an example of best practice. And after all, being better than, or at least as good as, is, as we know, a very good incentive for political action. Lastly, the Ombud, we're privileged to be a program partner, and we feel a responsibility to ensure that the NGOs that are not partners in projects still benefit professionally from their contents. So considering the value of the professional exchanges within the various projects, the Ombud is presently in dialogue with an NGO to establish a digital space on Facebook. And the idea is to use this as a low-threshold interactive space to share information and knowledge from the projects so that the NGOs can use this experience in their proactive work vis-à-vis the government especially. And to conclude, one important role for all of us here involved in this collaboration between Portugal and Norway is to identify weaknesses in current gender equality policies and strategies, and to recommend measures for improvement. Bilateral projects, such as the projects of partner homicides, provide valuable insights to this work in both countries. And of course, most importantly, I want to thank my partners in SIG for a very good and interesting and educational cooperation. And I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the seminar. Thank you for your attention.
Em representação do Financial Mechanism Office, convidamos Gudrun Gudmundsdottir a intervir.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be in this beautiful and magnificent venue. I've never been here before. It's absolutely fantastic. I think I would like to start a little bit about telling you about the EEA Norway Grants Gender Equality and Bilateral Cooperation. So I'm Gudrun Gudmundsdottir. I'm Icelandic. I'm the program manager for the Work-Life Balance and Gender Equality program under the EEA grant. And I just want to tell you a little bit about our work. So as has been said earlier today, the grants have a twofold aim. On the one hand, to reduce economic and social disparities, but a second and no less important aim is to create ties and strengthen cooperation with the beneficiary countries, so between Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway, and, for instance, Portugal, and that's why we're here today, among other things. Now, gender equality is a red thread through all our works, and all the programs funded by the grants shall be based on the principles of good governance, sustainable development and gender equality. And these core principles are to be incorporated into all our programs and projects. And this, of course, includes respect for human rights, equality, and then non-discrimination regardless of racial and ethnic origin, religion or belief, gender, disability, age, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Of course, why? We see gender as a premise for social and economic cohesion. If there's no equality, there will be no reduction of disparities. Gender equality is a premise for sustainable social and economic development, and it's of course an excellent topic for bilateral cooperation. In the current period, we work on gender in different ways in the 15 beneficiary countries, and gender equality is explicitly addressed in 2 program areas: work-life balance and domestic and gender-based violence. And we have 9 programs across our countries in Bulgaria, Czechia, Estonia, Portugal, Greece, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. But as has been said earlier, the Gender Equality and Work-Life Balance program in Portugal is the only holistic program across the grants, and we're very impressed with that. We have included gender equality in several programs under other program areas related to justice, business development, innovation, and, for example, Roma inclusion and empowerment, but these are not specifically designated gender equality or domestic violence programs. Then, of course, which will be discussed later today, we have several projects under the Active Citizens Fund, and the Active Citizens Fund is a fund to independently support civil society working on particular issues across the beneficiary states. And these projects are very varied. They span everything from journalism to focused action against domestic and gender-based violence, as has been talked about today. We also have a fund for youth employment, which highlights women as a target group. And we feel that bilateral cooperation on gender equality is especially relevant. Iceland and Norway now have for some time topped the Global Gender Equality Index. So bilateral cooperation on gender equality is a unique feature and an added value of the grants in our view. And the donors Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway have very, let's say, many transferable innovative solutions that can be adapted or replicated in other countries. For instance, the equal pay standard, certain types of measures to support quotas for women in decision-making, non-transferable paternity leave, and criminalization of buying of sex as some examples. And we see that in the Gender Equality and Domestic and Violence program, there's a very high interest on bilateral cooperation, where more than half of the projects that are already contracted are in partnerships. And we also are very pleased with the Synergy Network, which is a platform for actors working on domestic and gender-based violence with support from the grant. And I'm sure many of you are, of course, involved in this platform. And here, those actors working on the domestic and gender-based violence under the grants cooperate, share experiences, and best practice in that field. But what are we doing? In this current period, across the grants, this is what we're hoping to achieve. So it's 100 women's shelters or crisis centers supported, 2,600 people receiving services, counseling, support, treatment, almost 600,000 people being reached by awareness-raising activities or campaigns in various fields related to gender equality, more than 7,000 staff trained on domestic and gender-based violence, and 38,000 Roma women reached by cancer screening and treatment. So you see that the work spans a large scope and a very broad scope on what is considered gender equality. But you can see more of the results of the work on our results portal on the website of the EEA grant. But if we move to the program we're discussing today, the Gender Equality and Work-Life Balance program and the gender work in Portugal under the grants, the donors are very impressed and appreciative of the strong political will of the Portuguese government and commitment to promoting gender equality. And this is demonstrated through what I said earlier, that it's the only dedicated gender equality and work-life balance program in the grants is in Portugal. It's very impressive as it's quite concentrated to support national priorities on gender equality. And it's a very well-designed program designed to create replicable tools, partnerships, capacity building, and sustainable projects to foster equality in Portugal. Now, it's a recommendable approach here because you are actually combining 3 program areas, so to speak. You're combining good governance, gender equality, and domestic violence in one program, and the actions are linked. And of course, good governance is a premise for delivering gender equality, because if you want to have effective mechanisms in public institutions, they're needed to translate policies, programs, and budgets into concrete benefits for both men and women. What is also recommendable in this program is that there are several types of activities are combined, addressing the issue holistically and you're involving different levels of society and different actors, so public, private, and civil society actors. And what we're also very happy with the grants is that there is replication of or adaptation of successful projects like the Promova project. Another aspect of the program that is very impressive is that the 87 of the projects are carried out in partnerships, as had been said before. And then I look very much forward to hearing also about the several projects addressing equality and domestic and gender-based violence under the Active Citizens Funds, which we'll hear about later today. What we're doing now is that we're looking at what has been achieved, how have we worked on gender, to look into what will happen in the future. So we see Portugal is already delivering very impressive results, and our first studies show that the grants have been, overall in the grant scheme, that the grants have been successful in promoting gender equality, especially through certain measures. So they are enabling projects that may not have happened if there were no grants. They fill financing gaps. They've been supporting specific actors in need and filling niches and addressing maybe risky topics that is more difficult to get domestic or EU funding for. And they have been used as an alternative to EU funds. And we see also, just as a quick, let's say, quick lessons learned discussion has revealed that we see that very significant results can be achieved through awareness raising campaigns, data gathering and research. And what's quite impressive with the Portugal program is that it's quite research centered, which is very commendable. We see the grants are also very successful when it comes to piloting mechanisms and developing services, which is maybe more difficult to get through larger EU funding. And then we've seen very good results when it comes to capacity building, improving competences and knowledge. We also see now, as we are discussing bilateral cooperation, there's recently a Norwegian Research Foundation published a study on the grants in the current and past period, and then the conclusion is that bilateral cooperation leads to better and more realistic program documents, more effective project complementation and implementation, and high levels of knowledge transfer and experience, as Taran has been highlighting just before me. And we generally see that bilateral activities increase competence, cultural understanding, and the capacity for international coordination, both in the donor and beneficiary states, and both at administrative and political level. So we are very pleased that this objective is leading to some impressive results. Now we are finalizing this current mechanism. Of course, there is much to be done. But then the donors are already negotiating with the EU for the next period. But we have no information of this. This is a work in process. But looking at the gender programming, echoing what the State Secretary said earlier, we're working in a difficult context. Well, it's always difficult, but we see that hard-earned gains in gender equality are under threat in some European countries, which we did not foresee. We see that these anti-gender movements are on the rise in some places. We see increased reluctance to implement the Istanbul Convention, and we see growing cyber violence, and let's say, which is difficult to counteract and punish against women. What was mentioned earlier, of course, we have all the impact of COVID-19 on women and domestic and gender-based violence, and now we see the effect of Russia's invasion in the Ukraine negatively impacting women, widening the gender gaps and increasing rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and energy poverty across the world and in Europe. But it's not all doom and gloom. We have already reached incredible results with the grants now, with your work and all the incredible people working on the grants and their implementation in the country and the beneficiary countries and donors, of course. And the donors are committed to continuing efforts to promote gender equality and combating domestic and gender-based violence in the next financial mechanism. And based on the results we already have from Portugal, we really look forward to see what excellent projects will be promoted in the next period in your country. But I think we also need to thank, I would like on behalf of the FMO to thank the incredible team at SIG and at the National Focal Point for all the excellent cooperation we've had through the years and hope to continue for the years to come. I look very much forward to the insights and inspiration to hear more about the projects and have some good discussions in this venue today. Thank you very much.
Conciliação entre a vida pessoal e profissional e boa governança é o primeiro painel deste seminário e tem a moderação da coordenadora do programa EEA Grants, Joana Marteleira, em substituição da Presidente da Comissão para a Cidadania e a Igualdade de Género, Sandra Ribeiro. Junta-se também Margarida Barreto, em representação da Confederação Empresarial de Portugal, do projeto Promova Gender Equality Opportunities in Senior Management, e Luísa Prista, em representação do Centro de Estudos para a Intervenção Social do projeto O Valor do Trabalho Não Pago de Mulheres e de Homens, Trabalho de Cuidado e Tarefas Domésticas, e remotamente Sara Magalhães, em representação da Faculdade de Psicologia e Ciências da Educação da Universidade do Porto, do projeto Bridges, Empresas do Alto Minho pela Igualdade de Género.
Acho que conseguem ouvir bem. Está a fazer algum feedback? Conseguem ouvir bem, não conseguem? Queria começar então por agradecer, à Gulbenkian por ter participado nesta sinergia e ter cedido também partilhar connosco o que é o financiamento EEA Grants e ter partilhado também todo
funding and sharing all of this polytechnics, this amazing team, this amazing auditorium. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State and also our ambassador for their presence here. And since it's very important in this context, I'd like to thank you, our Norwegian partner. Thank you very much for being here, and also the support of the National Mechanism Office through our colleague Gudrun. Thank you all for being here. I'd like just to give you a little context here of what this program is. And I'm going to be brief because we already took a lot of time, and I'd like to say that this partnership, this bilateral cooperation already started in May 2017, and it's been a very efficient cooperation, both in terms of finding a true partner for the project, and every project indeed, except one project that doesn't have partnership, but this is a high bilateral cooperation rate experience. And as we also mentioned earlier this morning, it's not the first time that SIG is receiving this funding. There's an increase in terms of funding, and it's the third time that SIG is a program operator of a program of this type. The first funding was of approximately 1 million. It reached 3 million, and now it's going to be approximately 6 million, with 1 million of the national counterpart. These are going to be spent in the right way from our point of view. It's going to be spent with the rigor and transparency that are required. We're going to talk about the main three areas that were already mentioned today, but for us, in the three other mechanisms, we already had work-life balance and good governance, and now we're going to bring funding in the area of domestic violence as well. It's very important for us. It was a very important accomplishment, and it's in alignment with national policies. In terms of violence, I would like to say that there are three important sub-areas that work in terms of protection, that is projects that are developing, that are in development, and that are dedicated to the protection of victims, but also lots of projects in terms of prevention. And we have an innovating character in this program, this mechanism. And Marta will present this afternoon. It's a study that is dedicated to analyzing the measures that are applied to aggressors. When it was designed, this program also gave an answer to the National Strategy for Equality. It answers directly approximately 24 measures. and it also has an innovative character, whether it's through the sub-area or through studies. For example, we're financing a study funding a study in terms of the impact of telework. Also talking about the sustainability of these initiatives between programs. We used to have studies that now we are trying to apply in concrete terms. So we don't want to finance the same type of projects always. We are trying to make sure that there is an action logic behind it. As we already mentioned, this is one of the programs that has more execution, and we're talking in terms of finances, but in terms of concrete execution as well, because it answers to more than 40 indicators. And these indicators are followed through these projects, whether it's through the number of studies that are made, number of women that are trained, number of companies that participate. These are qualitative and quantitative elements that will contribute to the success of the project and the program. And we can talk here as well about the fact that there are indicators that are hard to measure, but in terms of the change of perception, in terms of long-term change. We have the indicator of behavioral change that has to do with people involved in this project. This is a quantitative indicator that we're going to try to look at the end of our program. Just to conclude, as we already mentioned, I would like to say that this program also has bilateral activities. It's in development, and we have learned a lot, but we also shared a lot with Norway, lots of good practices in terms of harassment in the workplace. We have worked with judges in the area of domestic violence and conjugal homicide, and we also have bilateral relations that are very important for Portugal right now, that have to do with the 4 workdays week in Portugal, and also the area of women and environmental change. That's the only brief introduction I wanted to do. This is the first introduction of a seminar, because it's the first step of lots works that are being finished, lots of projects that are coming to an end. And now I'm going to move on to the presentation of the projects individually. And we have with us today Margarida Barreto, who's going to present the results of the project Promova Gender Equality Opportunities in Senior Management. She comes from the Entrepreneurial Confederation in Portugal. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today presenting a project that is so important for us as Promova. Promova was a project that was financed by EEA Grants in the first phase. But I'd like to tell you that nowadays it's already in its 4th edition. So one of the objectives of this project is sustainability, and this is ensured with Promova. I'd like to say as well that I'm not going to do the presentation alone, because at the beginning we thought it was going to be in English, but I believe it's more appropriate since I was in the 1st and 2nd edition, but I wasn't in the 3rd one, and I was replaced by Isabel Cardoso. So what we said we would do is that I would do the first part and she would do the second part, because she is the owner of Promova since the 3rd edition. So I'm sorry, but we need to adapt, and that's what we are doing. To tell you about Promova, I'm going to first show you a small video just for you to have the idea of what it is to see these women in Promova, the joy that they bring. It's a video of the 3rd edition about the cross mentorship, but just for you to have an idea of the environment. As you can see, we are in a very interesting university in Portugal, that is the Universidade Nova. And This was the mentorship session between women who are being trained in Promova and their mentors within the scope of cross-mentorship that we're going to talk about in terms of description of the project. Why did it create this project? I'm not sure I'm the one that needs to pass the slides. Okay, that's me. I have to do it. So, Promova was created in this context with the aim to have more women in charge in organizations. As we all know, even in terms of competitiveness, it's very important to have diversified teams in the most important roles of organizations. And so Promova wants to fill in this gap. What are the main reasons? First of all, because this promotion of gender equality is fundamental in organizations, and because it's important to have more diversified decisions, because truth is that, as we all know, in a global market, the diversity of perspective that is more equitative top management, and it's scientifically proved that they're more productive for the organizations itself. And so Promova was created in this context. There's a first edition that ended up having these objectives, and the objectives are the same: to promote gender equality in companies, identify women that have leadership potential for them to grow within organizations, and then promote their promotion. And so we control a little bit these indicators. Having been a human resource director for many years, this project that only appeared once I wasn't in human resources anymore, ended up being a fundamental instrument for organizations when, within the scope of their talent management, they want to promote women in top jobs, but they need to help them acquire some skills to be able to reach that purpose. And so this is our mission here. We want to reach companies and tell them, we are here, we have this program. I'm sure you have lots of women that can grow within the organization to reach these top positions, so we want to help them with this program. We were not pioneers. Well, we were pioneers in Portugal, but not in Europe in this project. We have been inspired by a Spanish project that was the Proyecto Promociona, but we have introduced some changes in Portugal in comparison with the Promociona that were quite effective. One of them is that we invited women to do a 360-degree evaluation for them to know their management and leading skills. And that was a very concrete initiative in Portugal. We've also widened coaching sessions because, as Isabel is going to tell you, this project has implemented the innovation that it's not just an executive training program, but it's also a journey for the development of women throughout the year. They're going to have academic training, then coaching, and then they have cross-mentorship with people from other companies that are going to help them in their development. And there were some innovations that we introduced here regarding what was the Promociona project. This funding of EEA grants was very important because without them we wouldn't have conditions at a competitive price to be able to invite women for them to participate in the first project. And thanks to this funding, it has been sustainable because now we have a fourth edition that is guaranteed, and maybe another project as well coordinated by SIG for lower levels, because in terms of talent management, we have to ensure that we start working earlier to create this management at a top level. Now I'm going to give the word to Isabel, who is currently the captain of the ship, and she's going to carry on the presentation. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Margarida was, of course, our inspiration. So she started this edition at a time that was quite challenging because we started in 2020 during the pandemic. And despite of all these challenges, we have ensured its sustainability through the sponsorship of lots of companies and airports at EPEI, Sonai. And now that we've reached the 4th edition, that is more consolidated, the success of this company has allowed the integration of other companies, Sograp and Gilead. As Margarida mentioned it's a project that goes further, that goes beyond the training program. It has lots of activities. We value networking a lot. I'd like to say that the secret ingredient of this project is the network and the trust that is created amongst all the participants of this project that are supported by coaching, by mentors, but I believe that above all, it's supported by its peers that are women who are in a similar position, and so there's a great sharing of experience that creates a lot of trust and a friendship as well that goes far beyond this project. This project only lasts for 1 year, we haven't said that, and we are moving to the 4th edition this year. What distinguishes this project? Coaching, networking, and cross-mentoring, but also the access to this 360-degree evaluation that we have introduced, and that is quite an evolution in comparison with Promociona, and it's the starting point for a journey of development that's going to be accompanied through these 3 aspects: coaching, networking, and mentorship. To whom? Companies and women who want to climb the ladder, because the challenge here is to find companies that have awareness in terms of the gender equality matters, but also to find women who have enough ambition to accept the challenge to go further. Once we find these 2 ingredients, we have the perfect partnership for the success of this project. The results. So far, and taking into account 3 editions, we've had 94 participants from 64 companies with a career progression rate of 46%. To these 94 participants and 64 companies, we're going to add another 34 participants because we always have this 30 limit number, but we always have lots of applications that reach us, and we always try to find room for a few more. And here we're going to have 27 new companies who are going to join us in this 4th edition. We have never had so many applications as we did in this 4th edition. So I believe that the project is growing, and this is a cause for great pride for us. Here are the logos of the companies that have been accompanying us throughout these editions. We hope that many more will join us in this journey. And we would like to share with you some moments, some networking moments that result in talks with CEOs that are inspiring, that result in visits to the companies that are part of the programs, and informal moments as well, where we join all our participants because we want a greater network always. So we're going to finish here, thanking once again everyone for this opportunity. It was thanks to the support of the EEA grants that all of this started, so thank you very much. And we would like to finish with the most inspiring moment once again, that is a little sum up of all the greater moments of this edition. Thank you.
É projeto que visa aqui a promoção da diversidade e da igualdade de género, e é privilégio e orgulho poder fazer parte de projeto que tem uma missão que é tão útil para as nossas organizações e para a comunidade em geral.
quando vi o programa, apaixonei-me de imediato e aceitei o desafio. Acho que é extremamente importante, apesar de, na empresa onde eu estou inserida, existir um grande número de mulheres em cargos de decisão e de direção, acho que é extremamente importante e de acordo com os testemunhos que temos estado a ouvir, às vezes é preciso darmos aqui uma alavanca para que as coisas aconteçam.
Tentamos com este programa uma nova abordagem de promover a igualdade do género. É um tema que para a CIP tem sido importante e por isso nesta procura de novas soluções para atingirmos este objetivo surge o programa Promova para que possamos dar oportunidade ao público feminino atingir lugares de liderança para aqueles que efetivamente por razões várias não o têm tido.
Eu gostei sobretudo da ideia por ser o primeiro programa. Este é um primeiro programa para mulheres executivas e ter este bias de género que tipicamente não acontece e por ser o primeiro em Portugal eu achei assim interessante e sobretudo estar numa turma só de mulheres e participação com mulheres achei diferenciador.
Todos os programas que possam efetivamente ajudar as mulheres a perceber como é que devem fazer dentro das circunstâncias da sociedade em que vivemos, como é que podem chegar a lugares de liderança e tirarem o máximo do seu potencial, são obviamente importantes para elas e é importante para a sociedade e para o mundo empresarial.
As mulheres são parte fundamental e completamente integrante deste futuro e daí a importância deste programa Promova.
O facto de ser um projeto disruptivo, que pode ter um impacto direto na sociedade, acho que também foi um fator-chave que me levou a aceitar este projeto.
Foi muito rico do ponto de vista do olhar para nós próprios, olharmos para aquilo que temos como vulnerabilidades ou como fragilidades, mas também como pontos fortes, porque eles também existem, e também identificarmos o nosso propósito. Não é? Qual é que é o nosso propósito? Porque é que fazemos o que fazemos? Porque é que estamos aqui? E estas reflexões aconteceram várias vezes e em vários momentos, formais e informais ao longo do programa.
Há sempre também muito intercâmbio de experiências. Conseguimos falar a mesma linguagem, conseguimos fazer o mesmo caminho e isso consegue-se muito neste projeto e isto eu considero mesmo uma mais-valia, nós fazermos o mesmo caminho.
Crescer, inovar, evoluir.
Autoconsciência, propósito e network.
Inovação, excelência e liderança.
Inspiração, reflexão e o impacto desta temática.
Partilha, capacitação, o networking que nos é permitido através deste projeto.
Thank you so much. And I would also like to add that I'm very proud of these projects, and we can say they only need the funding to start working and then they build their own path. They can guarantee private funding or autonomous funding, and sometimes this walking alone, this building our own path, that is really important when it comes to these financed entities. They work as a first step, but then they go ahead and build their own path. So thank you so much. And now we will talk about the second project that we presented, the project The Value of Unpaid Work of Women and Men, Care Work and Domestic Work. We have here representing this project of CESIS, the Center of Studies of Social Intervention. Good morning to everyone who's here and those who are following the session. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here and to present a project that, as Joana Marteleira said in the beginning, it was brought up as a conclusion of another project of also 4 EEA grants. We, with Inut, were able to reunite, create knowledge about the usage of time of women and men. And now we'd like to give another step, that is to analyze the value of unpaid work, care work and domestic work. And that's what we've done with this project. And apologizing to the audience, we thought we had more participants of English language or not Portuguese, so I prepared my presentation in English. So now I will start speaking in English.
Our project was promoted by CESIS. Oh, esqueci-me dos slides. Aqui. Pronto. Pronto, cá está, agora sim. Portanto, dizia eu, sorry, in English, that our project was promoted by CESIS, my own research center, and by a research team composed by my colleague Pedro Priest and myself. We had, as a national partner, CIT, the Commission for Equality in Labour and Employment, represented by Anita Sars, who's there in the back. Hello, Anita. And as a transnational partner, the Institute for Social Research in Oslo, represented by our colleague Raini Ega Kitterod, who unfortunately could not attend today. And furthermore, we had two specialized consultants, Maria Ángeles Durán and Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego. We had four main objectives. First, estimating the value of and the size of consumption of unpaid care work. Second, estimating the monetary value of unpaid care work by women and men. Third, estimating the impact of unpaid care work, care and domestic work on the Portuguese economy. And finally, elaborating recommendations for public policy. So, as to our first objective, what we did was we based on the so-called scale de Durán, a scale that was developed by our consultant Maria Ángeles Durán and has been implemented in many countries in the world. So we, based on this scale, we estimated the distribution of the consumption of unpaid care work by age groups. And considering the dynamics of transformation of the ongoing demographic and family structures, which anticipate a clear growing demand for care, and this growing demand for care work is associated to higher care dependency ratios, to the prevalence of serious disabilities, and also to new care needs, to new and emerging care needs. So, based on this scale, we defined prospective scenarios regarding the demand of care till 2050. And as we can see from the figures projected, the global trend regarding the evolution of the number of inhabitants in Portugal points out to a decrease. And only in the high scenario, and here we consider the demographic scenarios defined by Statistics Portugal, so only in the high scenario, we could see a relative stabilization. On the contrary, there is a global trend of increase regarding the evolution of number of care units needed. So, and then we try to focus our attention on the projection of the evolution of the number of care units needed according to age groups. And now considering only the central scenario outlined by Statistics Portugal. And as we can see, this is revealing the growing relevance of the population aged 65 and over. And on the contrary, the decrease on the number of the care units needed by children. However, the decrease in the number of care units needed by children is not enough to change the overall trend for the increase of the number of care units required to meet the demand of care of the population as a whole. Additionally, we prepared and then discussed and validated within the scope of several focus groups scenarios of how could care work be distributed between different actors: women and men and families, organizations of social solidarity, the state and public services, and the market, the private for-profit organizations. I won't go in detail about this because we do not have time for that. So, the second aim of the project, to attribute monetary value to unpaid care and domestic work. This objective links first and foremost to valuing women's work as a means, and this is a means, in our view, to make visible the massive transfer of resources to society and economy made possible by the unpaid care and domestic work developed by women as well as by some men. And by adopting different methodological approaches, we reach a value range where we may reasonably assume the real value of unpaid care and domestic work is. And as we can see, the monetary value of unpaid care and domestic work in Portugal may represent a minimum of approximately 40 billion euro per year. And if we assume that the time used for unpaid care and domestic work would be valued on the basis of the national minimum wage. And this is, I should say, that we strongly believe that using the national minimum wage would represent a clear undervaluation of unpaid care and domestic work. But as we can see, when using other methodologies, the value of the monetary value of unpaid care work increases substantially. It would amount to approximately 62 billion euro if we assumed that the time used for unpaid care and domestic work would be valued on the basis of average earnings of the workers engaged in occupations in the labor market that are assumed to be able to ensure the provision of care work on the one hand and domestic work on the other. And this is the so-called market replacement approach. And it would amount to 65 billion and nearly 78 billion if we consider the methodologies using the national average hourly pay and the average hourly earnings, respectively, as a reference. Whatever the methodology we consider, the value of unpaid work by women represents almost 70% of the total value of unpaid care and domestic work. As to our third objective, we all know that one particular way of calculating the contribution of unpaid care and domestic work to the country's economy is to use the gross domestic product, or the GDP, as reference. And according to our results, using this kind of methodological approach, valuing unpaid care and domestic work in Portugal would imply, at the minimum, an increase of 18.6% in GDP. And if we use other methodologies, the increase would be much higher, between 29% when using market replacement methodologies, and 36.2% when using the methodology considering the average hourly earnings as reference. Still on this, I should say that the weight of unpaid care and domestic work in the new accumulated GDP figure, that is, if we add to the official amount the amounts estimated for unpaid care and domestic work, the weight of unpaid care and domestic work in the GDP would range between 16 and 27% approximately. And as it was the case regarding the production of value, there is also a remarkable gender asymmetry as regards the contribution of unpaid work by women and men to the value of the GDP. Finally, our recommendations for public policy. So we depart from the assumption that the promotion of equality between men and women is a fundamental task of the Portuguese state in the terms of our constitution. Thus, our project, with the particular contribution of our consultant Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego, and profiting from the debate with a wide and specialized group of experts, we aimed at increasing the knowledge on the subject and presenting recommendations for public policy. These recommendations should lead to policies that are more concrete, coherent, robust, and effective, and contributing for the progressive and consistent improvement of the current situation. Namely, our recommendations aim at contributing for the so-called RRR framework: recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid care and domestic work, adopting a transformative gender-sensitive approach that recognizes care within the field of human rights. Our option was to propose a limited, although strategically and coherently integrated number of policy measures. So this consists of 3 policy measures of substantive nature that should be objectively integrated into a sole legal diploma. First, we recommend that the monetary value of unpaid care and domestic work should be determined by reference to the national average hourly earnings. In this way, the objective social value of unpaid care and domestic work would be recognized by assigning a monetarized value to these forms of unpaid work that is as adherent to reality as possible and necessarily and symbolically higher than that of the undifferentiated minimum wage. Second recommendation, the adoption of a satellite account of unpaid care and domestic work within the scope of the system of national accounts. We all know that the systems of national accounts have been subject to critical analysis and proposed revisions in scientific work, but also by civil society organizations advocating a feminist economy of care, as well as by various international bodies such as the United Nations, the OECD, Eurostat, and ILO. And from this perspective, it is crucial to redefine the statistical concept of work as recommended by ILO back in 2013. And in order to include the participation of all people in all forms of work and in all sectors of the economy, including the production of goods and the provision of services by households by their own final use. This means, on the other hand, extending the measures of wealth production to non-market activities, namely unpaid care and domestic work, which should be reflected in a satellite account of unpaid care and domestic work. Of course, the existence of such a satellite account requires the regular production of data on the time use of women and men by the national statistical system. Therefore, it is also important to explore at the level of public policies different alternatives that allow this important goal to be achieved. And in our view, the creation of this satellite account of unpaid care and domestic work would enhance innovation and enrich the system of national accounts, as well as overcome the limits that have been identified in relation to GDP as an indicator of economic performance and social progress. I'm just about to conclude. And our third recommendation, in coherence with the recommendations in paragraph A, and in light of the promotion of equality between men and women as a fundamental task of the state, it is recommended that the national average hourly earnings to be the reference value for fixing the amount of both the compensation for impoverishment without legitimate cause of the cohabiting partner and the contributions due to the creditor spouse under the terms and for the purposes of Article 1676 of the Portuguese Civil Code. That is, we recommend the definition of the national average hourly earnings as the legal criterion to be adopted for determining the value of unpaid care in domestic work, both in cases of divorce and dissolution of a non-marital partnership. Finally, our fourth recommendation. So, as I think it is evident, our first three recommendations embody relevant dimensions of the promotion of equality between men and women, which, under the terms of Article 9 of the Constitution of the Portuguese Republic, and I quote again, it is the responsibility of the state to promote, and which appears may benefit, namely in terms of their efficacy, from juridical treatment included in a legal diploma. Therefore, the drafting of an autonomous legal diploma that coherently and appropriately integrates the recommendations presented in our previous paragraphs is recommended by our project. Thank you very much for listening. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, doutora Elisa. E como já estamos aqui adiantadas na hora, vamos já passar online para a doutora Sara Magalhães, em representação do projeto Bridges, Empresas do Alto Minho pela Igualdade de Género. Muito obrigada. Não está a ouvir. Só um minuto, parece que estamos com... não estamos a ouvir, Sara.
Peço desculpa. Tantos critérios para não estar a chatear e, de facto...
We apologize, we cannot hear the speaker clearly. However, we will do our best. I hope everyone is listening. I would like to thank for allowing me for participating my home. But thank you for letting me present Bridges, which I'm very happy to share with you. And as it was being said by Dr. Joanna, thank you so much for SIG for SIG has been giving us funding. Thank you so much, and different editions. And we are really proud of it, and our team is always connected, and it has a connection when it comes to these partnerships that allow us to go places. So Project Bridges wants to implement gender equality in the region of Alto Minho. Bridges also worked in the pandemic. It began in 2020 and it ended last year. And it had as a goal to create tools to analyze gender inequality in the workplace, looking to specific places. Why Bridges? It was a reflection, a brainstorming session, really productive one, because we wanted to talk about the bridges that characterize the view of Alto Minho, and also connect the academy, and also creating bridges for gender equality. Our goal would be to defy some companies to create tools that we are creating that we wanted to develop, and so companies could analyze their differences in the workplace and to promote the implementation of equality programs in the workplace and private life. In this journey, we had the Center for Equality and Diversity, a group from Norway, which I will present, and as national partners, even though some of them did not follow through because of the pandemic. The municipalities of Arcos Valdevez, the municipality of Monção, Institute of Viana de Castelo, Open Space for Training and Solutions of Companies, and GAF. So we had international partnerships. We have Center for Equality and Diversity was really important in this really fruitful project. We also had bilateral cooperation moments. We were present in the, as it was said in the opening, we had some reflections in the context of Norway so that we could see and better follow this project. Some of us of the team, we went for a benchmarking trip where it was very good for us to know the Norwegian companies and create partnerships that promote gender equality, life and work balance, and also challenge us how to think about other strategies that could be transferred to our country. And lastly, we had the participation in person of our colleague Tanya in our ending conference, and occasionally could collaborate with us in a workshop about sexual harassment in the university context. So this route that we had, it was really challenging, and this partnership sustained us. We also created reflection moments and sharing moments that were really interesting. Our route had 2 training moments. We had one of diagnosis and planning and creating tools. We had a benchmarking trip, as we said, and after we did a training of the people together with the companies and participating in these 2 training sessions, we had a moment that was dedicated to intervention, to accompany companies specifically in their context, their characteristics, and understand what would be necessary to improve their practices and what they could do to improve. And of course, that was presented in the final seminar. When we had these training sessions, we had 2 moments, as we said, where we developed protocols that were also promoted by SIG to promote strategic thinking. And we created 5 tools. This training, and we called these tools as early tools because the groups were still beginning in their training. They weren't able to finalize the product that we wanted in the beginning. So we were challenged to create these tools that I will later present. So these trainings, both of them, were referred as transformative moments of knowledge, of understanding the path that we need to make and create more competences to intervene, but also creating this comprehension when it comes to the trainees of how important this is when it comes to gender. This is something that some of them said it was a coffee talk, and it wasn't as sustained when it comes to theoretical themes. matters. So they reflected, they wanted to promote their ability to identify stereotypes and to be more prepared to intervene in situations where they felt they could help. So this reflection and auto-criticism was not only in the workplace but also in life, and then later they can benefit their company but also everything around them. As we mentioned before, the big goal of this was creating tools that would be good, easy to promote, easy to use, but they also wanted to create tools that were adjusted to the reality of these companies. So through this training, we understood that there were three big topics that we needed to work in this field. We created auto-analysis matrix, where most companies said it was important, how they could communicate internal and externally. We had a matrix this matrix was created so they, in communication within a company or outside the company, if they needed to understand if they needed to work a lot or if they were already at the place that was adequate when it comes to communication, and it was also exposed and how to communicate correctly, some rules, some proposals to have an inclusive communication. Then we had a scale of attitudes when it comes to promotion of equality and non-discrimination in the workplace. We understood that some of the people needed to work dimensions such as HR management, values, so they could understand if they were themselves open to this promotion inside their own companies and how they could improve their intervention. And finally, and as most of the companies were in the field of receiving people and communicating with people, we made a survey so that we could understand that the communication they were having was adequate in the sense of respecting diversity, and respecting the diversity of people that were looking for their services. So we work together with our partners that have a stronger social work, and they wanted to guarantee gender equality within their own company and also include the people who were looking for their services. So when we talk about intervention, tailor-suit intervention, and we use these tools. Not all companies used all of the tools that we created because it was not fitted, but for example, the communication matrix was used in most of the companies, and we identified the needs of communication and we helped the support. Some of when it comes to diagnosis, we had some companies that were needing to be more monitored, others needed a diagnosis. So we had lots of moments of training within these companies that ended as the importance of these types of moments to the maintenance and sustainability of their actions. Of course, there was also a difference between the timings of the companies and the project. We had 2 years to implement the project, and some of them still asked today for us to have some to be accompanied by us and to see the reaction of the companies, and the project should be longer, and this is why we only have 5 companies. When it comes to this field project, we also had some studies, and we had some production and dissemination of knowledge. We had some investigation studies, quantity and quality-wise. We have scientific papers, we have oral communications in 5 events, we have posters and scientific events. We also really worked when it comes to communication. In our website, we shared small texts that led to reflection about different topics, and I welcome you to go to our website and our social media. Thank you so much for the invitation.
We are very happy to be here. Thank you very much, Sara. And now, given that we are very late, we're going to move on to the coffee break right away. We're not going to ask you to ask questions only at the end of the first panel. I would also like to ask all the participants to stay here to listen to the testimonies. We're going to show you testimonies of people who were involved in this project, and it's going to be at the end of panel 1. Since Isabel is going to leave, I don't know if you have any question for her. I'm so sorry, you have to leave right now. Well, I'm so sorry, of course. Then share your testimony right away. I'm so sorry to interfere with your program, but I should have left already. I'm already missing a few meetings. I just wanted to leave you my testimony. I really wanted to be here today because it's a great privilege and I'm very proud to be here and to share my experience with you. I am a Promova woman. I was one of the pioneers of the program. I was in the first edition that started in June of 2020 in the middle of the pandemic and finished in May of 2021. The result of the program for me is that nowadays I've changed jobs twice. It's not a coincidence, of course. The program has allowed me to get to know myself. Margarida and Isabel already explained how the program began. So there's a first assessment, a 360-degree assessment that allowed us to get to know ourselves, work on our self-knowledge. And this was quite a demanding and complex work that I did beside my coach, besides the participants that were in the program as well, and all the mentors that accompanied us throughout the project and throughout the whole program as well. And these trust relationships that we develop with the participants, with the coach, with the mentors who are available every day for us to help us with any doubt, to help us with our difficult and complex decisions in our life, and to help us establish our limitations and our career goals as well. For me, the program was a life changer, and for the first time in my life, I understood that the change that I wanted to happen in my life had to come from me and to begin with me, and that's what I did. I worked a lot, I read a lot about self-development, I listened to lots of podcasts, I talked to a lot of people, I worked a lot on my networking with the sole purpose of doing all the improvements on myself and become the best version of myself. Nowadays, I'm much more confident, much more prepared to face the challenges of life and to face any change or alteration that may occur in my life. For example, when I switched jobs, I moved on to a completely different area of business. I really was outside of my comfort zone, but it was very important for my personal growth. So never say no. Thank you very much to all the organizations that made Promova possible, the first edition in this case. It wasn't sustainable back then, but it became sustainable. It was very important for me to participate in it, and thank you very much for everything. Thank you very much, Isabel. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you had to leave. This is the very important part, to see the real impact of the project in the lives of peoples and how we are able to create that change. So thank you so much. Now, we'd like to invite you all to have a little coffee break. Thank you very much. We're now going to have a 15-minute break for coffee, and we're going to get back together at 12:05, please. Moving on now to the second part of the first panel with the coordinator of the EEA Grants Program Coordinator, Joana Marteleiro. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on with our program, and we're going to present the project Social and Economic Benefits of Equal Pay Between Women and Men by Sara Falcão Casaca, who is here represented by Elisa Crista, the project partner. Here I am again, now to present the second project, of which the promoting entity is the ISET, under coordination of Sara Falcão Casaca. Besides CESIS, my own research center is a partner. We also have others, CEMAPRE, for example, that belongs also to the University of Lisbon and the University of Iceland as well. And as before, I'm going to move on to English, since we assume that interventions would be in English.
I'm going now to talk about the main findings of this other project on the social and economic benefits of equal pay between women and men. In this project, our partnership aimed to achieve 4 objectives. Firstly, it aimed to contribute to the determination of the benefits resulting from the elimination of the gender pay gap, both in terms of income and protection against poverty. Secondly, we aimed to estimate the possible macroeconomic benefits of equal pay. Thirdly, we developed an economic case, and I will go to that right afterwards. And finally, based on a collaborative and participatory methodological approach, we draw recommendations for the policy and institutional national framework. So in my short presentation, or hour, I should say, because it was prepared in partnership again, I'm going to focus first on the key findings, or some of the key findings of our economic case. And first and foremost, I would like to stress that, as we can see in this figure, in Portugal, the adjusted gender pay gap is higher than the unadjusted gender pay gap, or the simple gender pay gap. What does this mean? It means that when we control for the effect of factors, the so-called observed characteristics of women and men, and here I'm talking about factors such as age, seniority, and educational level, what we conclude is that the value of the gap, stripped of the effect of these factors, is notably large. And this is especially in the case of male and female workers employed on a full-time basis. And of course, this value does not in itself determine the existence of discrimination, but for us is no doubt a warning sign, since the gap between women and men with similar attributes in terms of human capital is greater when these attributes are not included in the estimation made. We also adopted a method of decomposition of the gender pay gap. And in our study, it was made possible to estimate the explained and the unexplained portion of the gender pay gap using hourly earnings as a reference. And what we conclude is that the explained portion of the pay gap between women and men working full-time is about 15%, while the unexplained portion is particularly expressive, as we can see in the top of the figure, around 85%. And even if we admit that all of this unexplained portion of the gender pay gap can be interpreted as discrimination based on sex, such a score merits for us closer reflection and analysis. And we can see from this that a couple of key findings. First, the higher education level of female workers in comparison with male workers contributes to a reduction of around 20% of the pay gap. And second, if female and male employment were equally distributed by areas of economic activity, occupations, and qualification level, the pay gap would fall by 42%. In short, what we could conclude based on our analysis of this decomposition of the gender pay gap is that the unexplained portion of the gender pay gap suggests the persistence of gender stereotypes that create a bias in the assessment of job components and the respective value of work. Now I would like to address some of our conclusions regarding the social and economic benefits resulting from the elimination of the gender pay gap. Greater protection against monetary poverty, this is clear, and the promotion of economic growth. But also, as our study and many others previously developed on this matter conclude, tackling the gender pay gap favors women's participation in economic activity. It has a positive effect on birth rate. It leads to an improvement in competitiveness. It favors the growth of the economy. It favors the increase in the value of contributions to the taxation and social security systems. It favors the protection of women in relation to domestic and gender-based violence resulting from their greater economic independence. And it also has a clear impact in terms of the well-being and quality of life of families and of children in particular. And this, since we know had been concluded by many studies that women more than men tend to reinvest a portion of their income in their respective families, namely in the health and education of their children. So moving on briefly to the policy brief. What is our policy brief? It's a document that systematizes a series of recommendations designed to eliminate the gender pay gap. And our extensive and participated study enabled us to conclude that the elimination of the gender pay gap requires the mobilization and concrete actions on the part of different strategic actors. And for this exercise, for this participatory exercise, some of the people in the room gave very valuable contributions. So thank you very much once again. So, but I will just refer to a short selection of our recommendations on the role of these different strategic actors in terms of the elimination of gender pay gap. So, as to the state and the public policies, we recommend an integrated legislative instrument addressing these issues, and that the state and public policies should ensure the implementation of the law and guarantee pay transparency. So just as a, very short mention. So public organizations should absolutely improve their intervention, namely by providing duly tested user-friendly tools, by designing a guide in partnership with the social partners that can be used in negotiations and collective bargaining, and by investing on the sharing of good practices and dissemination and methodologies and results achieved. I was mentioning social partners, and social partners and social dialogue were also identified in our policy brief as key actors in these strategies for eliminating gender pay gap, namely deepening the debate of the gender pay gap in the social consultation process and promoting the role of collective bargaining in the elimination of the gender pay gap. What about employers? Of course, organizations, in our view, organizations from the state, corporate sector and the public administration must lead by example in this field as in many others. And as to the private employers, besides other legal responsibilities, specifically for organizations employing 50 or more workers, we made some of the following proposals for all the employers or organizations: the voluntary elaboration of regular gender pay audits, the voluntary elaboration of gender equality plans, and the participation in training in skill upgrading initiatives. But countering the gender stereotypes that sustain gender segregation processes in the labor market requires their deconstruction at the earliest possible stage. And here, socio-educational and teaching institutions thus have a fundamental role to play. Some examples only at the higher education level: the role of schools of businesses and management, the role of law schools, but also the role of the Center for Judicial Studies, o Centro de Estudos Judiciários, in qualifying male and female magistrates in the implementation of the principle of equal pay for equal work or work of equal value. And that's it. Thank you very much again. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, doutora Elisa, e também aqui salientar a importância destes estudos em que, pela primeira vez, estamos também a aliar a análise económica com a área da igualdade econométrica, com a área da igualdade de género, e mostrar como eliminar o gender pay gap traz benefícios para o PIB e para a Receita Nacional. E passando agora a um projeto de caráter mais local que funcionou promovendo a participação cívica e política de mulheres e raparigas. Vamos já apresentar o projeto Participação Cívica e Política das Mulheres, promovido pela União de Freguesias de Aldoar, Foz do Douro e Nevogilde. Em representação estará a doutora Ana Furtado e a doutora Catarina Sanaúja. Muito obrigada.
Boa tarde a todos. O meu nome é Ana Furtado e eu sou autarca. Uma coisa um bocadinho rara nos tempos que correm, tal como disse a senhora Secretária de Estado, que esteve aqui há pouco tempo. E venho apresentar o projeto Participo, que realmente é um bocadinho diferente, porque estamos aqui sempre a falar nos projetos anteriores que foram apresentados por instituições, algumas públicas, outras de caráter misto, mas todas elas maiores. Nós somos uma pequena freguesia do Porto. Para quem não sabe, o Porto é uma cidade portuguesa, a segunda cidade, mas é uma cidade. E nós, pronto, aqui está, é uma freguesia. E é uma freguesia pequena, embora grande, mas é uma freguesia que só tem cerca de 30 mil habitantes, que foi uma fusão das freguesias em 2013, que tem como objetivo máximo a ação social e os séniores, e portanto também toda esta área da cooperação e da unidade, da coesão social, da proximidade junto às populações, tem um orçamento reforçado nestas áreas e por isso resolveu
Forced in these areas, so we decided to participate and apply for this project with a Participo project. Why this area field? we concluded that there was a huge gap. People weren't interested when it comes to women and young girls to participate in the civic participation, political life. Women and girls have a role that is not very active and are almost behind. They have a hard time to bring themselves up. They can volunteer and be the chief of a volunteer project. They can always be on the backstage, but never on the stage. So we looked for a project that would increase the number of the participation rates in the civic participation of women. We wanted women to be more involved. We had women that were already participating in our local authority, but we wanted these women to be on the stage, to work, to share their experience, their contribute, and to call more people to come and to share that it's not hard, it's easy, and they are doing a favor to themselves, not others. They should show how their contribute is important to our life, and they could also want to increase that level of opportunities, and they wanted to create tools to facilitate this participation. And of course, because it begins when we're younger, to increase the desire to participate in the civic life of those who were younger, not only the women who are working in the public life, but also for those women who don't know, those women that are still at schools, are in the high school, are maybe now in college, and those that are maybe working. And we had a lot of activities. We had 320 participants. We reached 863 people, 80 male and female. And this happened in the pandemic, as most of the products that were talked about previously. We thought about it in 2019, even by Dr. Sofia, but it only started in 2019 and it ended in 2022. And we had lots of projects, and those who were guiding those projects, it was Dr. Catarina Saraúja, who's here, and it really motivated people. It was our project manager, and we'll now present the multiple projects that were really successful and worked by her. As project manager, I need to contextualize the results which we achieved throughout these 24 months. The group, we have different fields. We wanted to reach as much people possible, different ages and different contexts. Our first focus was to increase the participation here in the municipalities, and throughout some activities we were able to go country-wise, and I will talk more about it in the future. This work group had a lot of people. It had 10 projects, national and 1 international, and we have Eva Favre who worked with us and was with us, and now was in the focus group. And this work group that had 18 entities, to colleges, to high schools, and other political parties too were also represented. We built and mapped something that could identify the obstacles of women participating in civic life. And you can find that in our social media and in our website, and I invite you to go there and explore a little. And after this mapping, we created another moment. It was the creation of solutions, where we found activities that could fight these obstacles, and sometimes connected with work and life balance. And this is something that happens, struggles of women's life. We also created a guide where all of the local institutions are presented of the municipality of the city of Porto and the metropolitan city of Porto that incentivize women to participate, so it's easier for them to go to these institutions. We have the Theatre of the Oppressed, was an activity where we try to reach the public. The theater was made with people who enlisted and wanted to participate, and then we did that theater in schools and within our municipality. And those presentations, the Theater of Oppressed, asks for the public to participate in the play, and with this contribute within this play. We had 7 presentations of the play. We had 172 women. We reached 172 women in the schools. It was created a manifesto where we have recommendations of our youth how to improve the participation. Another document that you can find in our website. So we had those activities that I talked previously. They wanted to discuss, debate related to the participation, and now here in Academy Participo and Course B Learning, they wanted to train people who wanted to participate in these activities. So the Participo Academy is related to young women between 12 and 30 years of age. They had 4 editions. And throughout those weeks, through non-formal education training, the young people were challenged to think about what it is participation, how can they participate more, and they needed to create a project in the end so that they could intervene in their own groups. So we have some really participative young people, and we also had other people who opened their horizons and started to have more will to participate. Then we had the B-Learning degree, as Dr. Anna said. This was for women that already had participating, but they wanted to improve their skills. So these women already were participating, civic participation. They already had their associations, and this was a training moment and improving their skills. And also networking, a network that was created between them. I'm only talking about women. We only had women participating in these editions of these trainings. So these were really impactful, and this is where we felt this action of increasing participation. As Dr. Anna was saying, we wanted to incentivize women to participate. So we had 2 activities, one of them called personal narratives, where the public participated and people needed to talk about women who were an example to them and women that made them want to be better. So we created this activity. We had 20 narratives. We're collecting with University Católica do Porto. And we had an exposition where you had the pictures of those women, the testimony of what they did and why they were inspiring other women. It was also created a book that you can find it here. And these videos are available on our social media for those who want to see the testimony of these women. The project ended with a TEDx event at the TEDx Porto. We had 6 women that were participating in our activities. They were selected, and throughout the morning they gave their testimony. It was very powerful. It was an amazing morning, and please watch the videos that are available at TEDx Porto. Just to end, this is important. This is something that was a core thing in our project. Throughout the 24-month project, we're always evaluating our results and our impact. And here we have some of the results of the evaluations. These were made in multiple ways: surveys, focus groups, interviews. So we have some of the results here, and we are very happy with them. To know that our project had this kind of impact. As we don't want Participo to only be like this, we want more. We are trying to continue this project also coming from some suggestions that were made by the manifesto, and we have, as we did throughout the project, we have highlighted some dates that are important for the female audience. We are also creating seminars when it comes to communication. So we have seminars where we have women presenting their books, their movies, their documentaries. And we have some social gatherings for the youth also. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now we would like to invite Dulcinea to come to the stage. Because in this seminar, we try to bring testimonies to you, people who have really participated in these projects and who are going to show us that their lives did indeed change. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. The Participa project came into my life, as Catarina mentioned earlier, in a moment where I was starting a project, not only mine, we were 6 women, and we were starting a financial empowerment project for women from Guinea-Bissau. We are part of one of the foundations of Doutora Graça Machel, who's been working in several countries of Africa, but who still hadn't reached Guinea-Bissau, and so it managed to reach the country through us. I had knowledge of the training, the advantage to be learning. In my case, it's what made me participate because I live and work in Lisbon. I have a family, a daughter. So the possibility to do this course without having to change my dynamics and my everyday life was very interesting. What did I take from this course? Besides the sharing with other amazing women, I get to know amazing people. I got to go to Porto 2 times, and it's a city I love. So it was about the sharing, most and foremost, the networking, the creating relationships that are active even today. The course finished in June. We have a WhatsApp group. We still share our projects, job offers. We are still very active, all in all. Of course, the tools of each different chapter was very active. It was about getting lots of new knowledge, discovering new things that today I am putting into practice in mine and our associations, New Faces, New Voices. And it also brought me wonderful other things, an internal knowledge that I didn't have, an insight into myself, and it brought me a realization that everything I always thought represented a woman, the fact that the world needed women, is true, and I have a role to play here, and this course opened this door for me. It allowed me to be a speaker at TEDx Porto, TEDx Salon. That was a great morning that also brought to me people who were in the audience and that became part of our association. And I already have someone in Guinea-Bissau that is in her own mission, but she already came to get to know the association, the academy. So the whole Participo project brought us a lot of things to me, to my colleagues who are living online, since I already sent them the link to access what we are saying now. What we gathered from that was the sharing and the realization that if each and every one of us does a little something, we can improve for women, but also for the world, for humanity. Thank you so much. And now, since we didn't have time for a debate, we're going to ask you if you have any questions regarding any testimony, any presentation. Is there anything you'd like to know? You have the microphone now.
excellent presentations also in the morning. It's very inspiring to see all the fantastic results that are coming out of the program. I was just wondering, I have too many questions, but it's too interesting. But I was wondering on the project on the gender pay gap. It's very, very interesting, and it's also quite impressive to see how you are now calculating the cost of unpaid care, how you figured out how to actually measure it, because everyone knows this is a fact, but it's very different when you have the numbers on paper and it goes into budgets. But I was thinking, you made some recommendations regarding the gender pay gap. So I was wondering, have you looked at this gender pay standard, like an ISO standard verifying your payment system? Is it something that you've been looking at here?
Não sei se podemos recolher mais questões. Não consigo ver bem. Por favor.
Então, ao mesmo assunto, ou seja, sobre gender pay gap, a minha questão é relativamente, penso que é o primeiro estudo que procura mesurar mesmo a diferença, pelo menos salarial, e a diferença, pelo menos, do trabalho não remunerado em Portugal. Penso que sim. Esta é a minha... Não é. Okay. Então...
Okay, I'm sorry. So I'd like to ask you also, in methodological terms, if there was a reference, and what was that reference? Because I believe that other countries like the United Kingdom and also India have done some similar work, and I'd like to try and understand what methodology was used. It's very interesting to see what you presented. Maybe I didn't understand very well because it's not my area, my field of expertise, but I'd like to know what methodology you used to be able to measure that. It's very interesting. And another small question regarding the testimony that was presented earlier on. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can do it. Okay. The New Face, New Voices Association works mainly in Guinea-Bissau, is that correct? Yes. Okay, that was the only question. We are sorry, we cannot translate because the speaker is not talking into the microphone. Okay, thank you. That was all I wanted to know. Thank you. Once again, we're so sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. Now in Portuguese. So first in English.
So, Gudrun, thank you very much for your question. As a matter of fact, in Portugal, it is about to be concluded standard for the management standard for equal pay between women and men. And there is another EEA Grants funded project. It is a predefined project coordinated by Anita Sares, who is there, in the back again. And in this project, one of the main aims of this project is to produce this standard. And the connection between the two projects is mostly made by myself, since I am representing CESIS as a partner in this project on the gender pay gap, the benefits of eliminating the gender pay gap, and I'm acting as a consultant in the project promoted by CIT, by the Commission for Equality in Labour and Employment. And for us, the Icelandic standard, of course, we had an Icelandic partner in this project from Stefan Olafsson from the University of Iceland. And of course, one of the contributions he gave for this project was to give us some insight as an academic on the Icelandic gender pay gap standard and on the kind of impacts it was actually having in terms of promoting equal pay between women and men. And so
In a short, yes, the Icelandic standard was a reference for us as well. E agora, em português, eu penso que
Now in Portuguese, when you asked the questions regarding methodologies, I believe that it was regarding the project about the benefits of equal pay, wasn't it? Yes. So I'd like to tell you that for some reason we had in our team 4 colleagues from CEMAPR. That is, I'm sorry, I don't want to say anything. That is a center of research of the University of Lisbon, ESEG, that has for specific skills the development of studies based on methodologies that are econometrical. I'm a sociologist, just like Sarah Falcon Casaco, the coordinator of the project, and just like Stefan, our Icelandic partner as well. So our contribution to the project was not at that level. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of knowledge in this field. I have accompanied with a lot of attention and rigor what has been carried out by our colleagues and by our colleague of econometry. But in terms of methodologies, the methodology was always oriented, or the methodological options always took into account the main goals of the project. And as a result, one of them was to contribute to the determination of what the benefits of the elimination of what the GPGs would be regarding, namely, the protection against poverty. And this was a research line that was promoted based on the econometric methodologies to that end. And then we had as foundation statistic information and the data from the personal frameworks, and we benefited from a protocol that exists between the Ministry of Work and other academic institutions and the JEP as well, the institute, that having access to these macro data of these personal frameworks. And it was based on these frameworks, and by having access to several analysis methodologies to analyze these data throughout, I believe, 10 years, if I'm not wrong. And that's how we managed to create all the methodological options regarding the benefits of eliminating the differences in terms of pay between men and women, as I said, in terms of income and protection against poverty, but also in terms of benefits of eliminating these pay asymmetries based on gender, and what the impact it would have in economy as a whole. And then we had another line of work that had to do with estimating the impacts of eliminating these asymmetries between men and women in terms of pay, and the impact it would have on the GDP and the economic growth in general terms. I hope I answered your question, but I'm not the most qualified person to give you specific information on this matter. Thank you so much. I believe we have another question. We're going to ask you to be very brief, please. Good afternoon. My name is Camila Rodrigues. I am coordinator and founder of the network Mulheres à Obra, so Women at Work. We have lots of members, and it's more of a challenge and not so much as a question. I loved your project, and I believe that it should be considered a good practice, and it should be applied to the whole territory nationally. One of our main focus in our association is raising awareness to the political matter, because in our view, it's not considered enough even by women. I can tell you that every time we talk about political matters in our group, we always see that there are women that are very angry and tell us that we should not discuss politics in entrepreneur groups, as if entrepreneurship was not a political matter, and it's a little bit scary. We are carrying out a study about situation of women in Portugal. It's not funded by any entity, it's just being done by us, and it's revealing some concerning results in terms of levels of interpersonal trust that are very low, institutional trust levels that are very low. And when we ask women, entrepreneur women that have their micro businesses, who represents their interests in terms of entrepreneurs, more than 90% of women say that no one is representing them. So the traditional structures for representation, labor associations, do not represent this labor force that is upcoming and that are more and more present, that are going to micro businesses, these women, these self-made women in a sense. And there are no representatives in political terms for these women. It doesn't exist. They don't have representation. And so if you want to broaden this project, you can count on us as partners. Thank you very much. I loved your suggestion and your challenge. I'd like to say that I completely understand your idea, this idea of not believing, not trusting in politics, and feeling that they do not identify to us. And it's exactly what we've tried to demonstrate, that there are other ways to do, and that authorities have to be open to people and entities. We have to bring to the dialogue people that are not only integrated, but those who are not yet integrated, but are looking to be. I'm independent, but for a very long time I've tried to participate, and I've had a lot of difficulty because most people feel that it's very closed and predetermined. I believe that it's not the case anymore nowadays. There are other participation forces that are coming up. And one of the projects that I enjoyed the most, that was mentioned by Katarina, was mapping the obstacles that women feel, and then in the solutions, see how they can participate in civic or political life. And in the work group, there were several obstacles that came up. For example, the time of meetings. Why do meetings occur at night? For someone who has a family, they cannot go out at night. Why not change this time for the end of the afternoon? No, I can be there because I have to pick up my children. And we seem to be in a cycle that we cannot break. So we need to take decisions and to make a commitment if we want to participate. We need to try to create these opportunities in our own lives. So go and see what this obstacles map is. Try and see the labyrinth we're all in, and try to find some solutions to overcome it and to be able to participate. We have another question. Can we bring a microphone here, please?
Good morning, everyone. I know that we are in a bit of a hurry, but some quick notes. My name is Katia Nunes. I work at the Statistics Institute of Portugal. I would like to note something about the results that were presented in the study of unpaid work of CESIS, highlighting the importance of the statistics information, not only to know the differences in this field, but also as a basis information and input to work. I would like to highlight, and it was because it was referred, what was developed when it comes to European statistics. It is a really important information, and it is really important that we follow this topic throughout the time so that we can feed this development and grow this development regarding this information. But it is this inquiry is still not being implemented when it comes to statistic operation is not regular in the European Union. There are things that have been developed. Three of them. The third one is being occurring. ENG participated one of them in '99. It's been a long time. We had one that was coordinated by Professor Luisa Prista, and now the third round is occurring, and the countries have been participating as volunteers, which brings challenges when it comes to statistic information that is in harmony according to these thematic topics. Lastly, I would like to highlight that ENG has a project when it comes to the EEA grants. It has 3 actions. One of them has already been concluded. Fertility inquiry. We have 2 of them are still happening. One of them that is regarding to gender. We have 100 of indicators. We're having a big development, and the last one is regarding methodologies of having data and collecting data. So thank you so much. Another question? Good afternoon. My name is Adalberto Fernandes, and this question is for Participo. So people with disabilities has an article about women, and it talks about participation. I would like to ask the managers of the Participo project, in which way do women in your municipalities participate in what is, in my point of view, this project Participo is an inclusive project for girls and women with disabilities. Do you have that experience? Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, all of our activities were open because we have a municipality that is open with people who have reduced mobility issues, and we always try to integrate this topic. Even our communication activities, we had a webinar that debated the role of women with her disabilities, and it was moderated and we had 3 speakers. All of them had disabilities, and we try to bring this topic when it comes to participation. I would also like to add that one of our speakers and those that share their experience, it was not in TEDx, is Dr. Teresa Guimarães, which is the president of APPA-CDM, the Portuguese Association of Parents and Children of people with mental disabilities, and is a permanent member of our municipality, and also shared her contribute and experience. I'd just like to add that in our work group, we also had CAVI Porto to identify these obstacles of women who have disabilities. CAVI means Center of Activities for Those Who Are Dependent, represented by Ana Catarina Correia. Now, a really quick question, the last one. I'm so sorry, I completely forgot. For Participo, the project Participo, we know that in Portugal, women participate in civic associations. In Portugal, when it comes in the Portuguese context, normally women donate more to civil projects. Well, this is a political project. If you face the situations and if you found an answer to these questions, in my opinion, it can be a little confusing, a question that doesn't have an answer, because women are normally more represented in poverty situations and have less time or more difficulties when it comes to work-life balance. So if you face this situation in your project, and if you found an answer to these questions. Well, that is what we faced. Women who are more active in associations and that are related to a second plan associations and are more related to have a role as a carer, only a caretaker, and we want to bring to the stage these women that are only on the audience. Besides being caretakers, they can be leaders, and we want them to contribute to society in other fields that not only those of being a caretaker. Thank you so much. And now we will end this panel. Please follow me. Thank you so much. They celebrate Iberian music, especially Portuguese music, with the doof. In traditional music, they find identity and feeling as a life process. These are Crua, and they are here with us. Ana Costa, Bárbara Trabulo, Diana Ferreira Martins, Isabel Martínez, Rita Sá, and Liliana Abreu are the names behind these adufs, the voices, and other instruments of percussion. Alert, alert, life is short and death is certain. My sisters,
Good morning. Thank you for listening to us. It's a great pleasure to be here while we are here putting together our improvised set. We are Cruel. We are a project from Porto where traditional music is at the core of our activity. We have chosen a repertoire with a very affectionate language, and what makes us want to sing. The lyrics are thought and modified sometime for actuality to also be in traditional music. This is our main instrument, but we also bring many more to show it to you. It's going to be very short, and we hope you will love it. We started with Alert, that is a music that we usually sing at night at the top of the mountains. We talk about work, about harvest. And here we have a song that talk about the great doubt of women, if they want to get married or not, and why they want to do it. Thank you. And now we're going to sing to you the mother of work. We don't know where the song comes exactly, because sometimes it's even dangerous to say it comes from a given place, because we never know, but we've known it in Beira Baixa. And it talks about the situation of women, and she almost explains how she says it's enough to her employer, how she says that it cannot go on. And we hope that someday we won't be able to transmit that message anymore, and we'll be very happy that day. So let's hope that today is the last time we're going to have to transmit this message.
Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, para quem trabalho eu e ao ai, para quem trabalho eu. Trabalho, mato o meu corpo, trabalho, mato o meu corpo, não tenho nada de meu e ao ai, para quem trabalho eu. Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos. O nosso patrão já chora e o nosso patrão já chora pelo sol que vai baixinho e oh, ai, pelo sol que vai baixinho. Não chores, patrão, não chores, não chores, patrão, não chores, que ele vai devagarinho e ao ai, o sol que lá vai baixinho. Chega ao sol posto da vida, chega ao sol posto da vida, donde não escapa ninguém, ao ai, donde não escapa ninguém. Leva servos e patrões, leva servos e patrões, até leva a minha mãe, oh ai, donde não escapa ninguém. Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos. Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, para quem trabalho eu. Trabalho, mato o meu corpo, não tenho nada de meu. Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, para quem trabalho eu. Trabalho, mato o meu corpo, não tenho nada de meu. Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, para quem trabalho eu. Trabalho, mato o meu corpo, não tenho nada de meu. Diz-me lá, patrão António, diz-me lá, patrão António, que triste pensar o teu e oh ai, que triste pensar o teu. Se não mudas de sentido, se não mudas de sentido, morres tu e morro eu e oh ai, para quem trabalho eu.
E já vamos para o fim.
And we are reaching the end. It was
Obrigada, mais
quite
uma
quick.
vez.
Thank
Obrigada
you
pelo
once again. Thank you for inviting us.
fazer futuro diferente.
Please keep thinking together and building a different future. We hope you will, and for us and for our children. we'd like to finish with a song from the region of Alentejo in Portugal. It's a traditional song that is quite about a strong woman that is quite strong and rigorous, but that does things with love. Thank you so much.
O sol é que alegra o dia pela manhã quando nasce. Ai de nós, ai de nós, o que seria? Ai de nós, o que seria se o sol um dia faltasse? Ceifeira, ceifeira brava, ceifeira. Eu hei de cantar contigo lá nos campos secos, lá nos campos secos, campos e a calma ceifando o trigo e a calma ceifando o trigo pela força do calor. Ceifeira, ceifeira brava, ceifeira, ceifeira brava, ceifeira, com as mãos colhes amor. E a luta é de quem trabalha, mudando o presente com as mãos. Também é dos que acreditam, também é dos que acreditam que os seus sonhos não são vãos. Ceifeira, ceifeira brava, ceifeira. Eu
Vamos agora fazer uma pausa para almoço.
We're now going to have a lunch break that will be served next to the bar. We will be back at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much and see you soon.
We're now going to begin the afternoon program with the second panel of the seminar, Domestic and Gender Violence. As a moderator, we have the team leader for the Department of Domestic Violence and Gender Violence for SIG, Marta Silva. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch and that you are ready for this afternoon work. The bar is very high because the morning was very interesting and had a huge impact on us, I believe. So I hope we'll have a very strong afternoon as well for all the people who are joining us, both in person or online. For me, it's a great pleasure to be the moderator of this panel because it's the first time in this financial cycle that we have the field of gender and domestic violence and violence against women in the scope of this financial program. And as you'll be able to see based on the sample that we have here, that we had some intense years in terms of work with lots of learning, and I believe that we've had a positive balance from all this work. This afternoon we'll have the possibility to hear the presentation of 3 of the 9 projects that were funded in these matters. These projects being the EMAPA project, that is an evaluative study on the impact of measures applied to aggressors, the designing affections and redesigning affections, and the Inês and Pedro project. These 3 projects are part of a group of 9 projects. I know that our colleagues from these projects are in the room as well. These are also very important projects. Some of them have reached their end, others are still waiting to be concluded, and I'd like to highlight 3 of these projects as well due to their very important impact on the way we work on this topic in Portugal. So, Project By Your Side by the National Commission for the Protection of Children and Young People. I'm not going to say the acronym because I don't know it, I'm going to be honest. It's a project that wants to work with young girls and boys who are victims of domestic violence, so children who become orphans due to contexts of domestic violence. Then tell you that in December, the project Vivido has reached its end, and it's the construction of a platform of computer system, and I believe it's going to revolutionize the whole national network in terms of supporting the victims of domestic violence. We're talking about 130 entities and 800 workers who are going to be connected by a single platform to gather information and for intervention. And also another one important project due to the social characteristics that we're facing today. It's a project of ISPA that has to do with migrant women. These are just a few examples. These 3 and the 3 that we already have. We also like to talk about the Financiated Grants that are bilateral initiatives in the field of violence, and this bilateral cooperation has been absolutely rich for both parts. It was already mentioned this morning, and I'd like to tell you that out of 3 outputs that we believe are very important in these initiatives, we have the Synergy project that was mentioned this morning, and that allows 8 European countries to be in permanent exchange of experiences and information, and who are lobbies in a good sense of one another. In Portugal, this Synergy was invited by the Czech Republic to explain its good practices. And it's in these conditions that we went there, and it's been helping us to share a lot. In the scope of this Synergy project, the VD portal that is on the portal of SIG has been distinguished with European Good Practices Award, and this week we had a Greek delegation that came by suggestion of the Norwegian financier who talked about the good practices of Portugal as one of the best in Europe. And so we're very glad when these things happened, of course. And without further ado, because I believe that you're more curious about the results of these 3 projects, I'd like to tell you that these 3 projects have 3 very different axes that allow us to understand the diversity and the richness that these funding lines allow us to follow. First of all, academics who are here represented by Paula, and by our colleague here, who are going to present us the results of a study. And I believe that we all believe that we need to reflect on it. Sometimes it creates some skepticism in the Portuguese society, and that has to do with the fact that justice doesn't always work, and so we need to see what the Portuguese justice has been doing in terms of domestic violence. So this is going to be our first presentation. Then the project of designing or redesigning affections, another intervention dimension that is given by the civil society, and it's going to give us another intervention sphere, and this has to do with primary prevention. And then a third project also in terms of primary prevention, but promoted by a smaller authority. So here we have academia, NGOs, and local authorities. So that shows that we are all on the same side and we all have very different roles in this fight, and I'm very glad and happy with this diversity. So without further ado, I believe Paula is going to begin, so I give you the word. 15 minutes per project, please. Thank you very much. Just to make sure how it works. Good afternoon to all of you. If you allow me, I'd like to do the presentation in English because I'm going to share it with my colleague here, who has given us the pleasure to be our partner in this project, in which we've learned so much. So excuse me for any flaws that you might find in my presentation, because sometimes, especially when I'm tired, it's difficult to do the presentation in English.
First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the invitation, of course, to present the findings and above all, to learn more about the projects that have been developed under this program, and that the very important findings and conclusions that have been presented here and results. Of course, thank the EEA Grants and the institutions involved and the donors for the opportunity to develop this kind of research, and particularly to thank the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality for the support that has given us during the development of the project. So this is a project, evaluation of measures applied to perpetrators. It was developed by the University of Coimbra, the Center for Social Studies. It was composed by a multidisciplinary team composed by law experts, sociologists, and psychologists. And it involved a partnership with both local, national authorities and our partner, the Norwegian Center for Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies, particularly Solveig Bergman, that is here today with us. We would like to highlight the partnerships also with the national authorities, the High Council, the Public Prosecutor General's Office, the Directorate General for Social Reintegration, and the Public Security Police. These partnerships have been very fruitful and are a clear indication of the commitment to improve the overall performance of and response of the judicial system. So the project aims to produce knowledge on 3 particular dimensions of the issue of combating violence against women and domestic violence, that has had limited focus on social legal studies in Portugal. First of all, to look at the immediate response to violence and administrative and coercive measures applied to perpetrators. Second of all, to look at the impact of measures imposed on perpetrators. And third, the articulation between the criminal proceedings and the proceedings of regulating parental responsibilities when children are involved. So we designed under this scope 3 main goals. First of all, to make a diagnosis of the impact of measures applied to perpetrators. Second of all, analyze the national reality in the light of solutions adopted by other EU countries. And third of all, produce recommendations based on the research for the promotion of public policies to prevent violence against women and domestic violence. So, of course, this presentation will only focus on a part of the project due to the time available, of course. So there was, during the research project, there was a concern to create tools and disseminate knowledge during the research project, contributing to open access materials and publications that might aid both academics and professionals in this field. Hence, we have organized bibliographical, legislation and statistical archives and have made them available at the website of the project. And, well, this was an ongoing task that was permanently updated over the time of the project. Knowledge sharing and experience exchange was another goal of the project. Global research on violence against women and domestic violence, and particularly on the response to this phenomenon and on the measures applied to perpetrators, and also the experience from other countries on their own legal and social responses, are valuable assets that must be mobilized when considering national challenges. Having that in mind, throughout the project, we have organized workshops, seminars, webinars that have reached more than 2,000 people, mainly professionals. So the research, the analysis and the research was conducted at 2 levels, on a macro level of a national scale and a more detailed level throughout case studies. So we have done a documental analysis, the workshops I've mentioned, statistical analysis based on available data. We have consulted judicial and criminal investigation proceedings in several judicial districts, and within each of these 7 districts in 2 municipalities. We have, overall, we have consulted 307 investigation cases that ended following the fulfillment of a provisional suspension of proceedings, and 292 criminal cases with a conviction sentence. We have also consulted and analyzed 40 cases, follow-up cases of convicted domestic violence offenders. And, of course, we have conducted more than 80 interviews and developed 3 focus groups that were participated by 28 participants. So I will get to the main findings and recommendations. First of all, on the macro level, not focusing specifically on those 3 issues that I've mentioned earlier. We should stress out, I would like to stress out these main topics that are references for the overall system. So first of all, intervention planning is necessary, of course, not only at the central level by the state, but also by all structures intervening in the prevention and fight against violence against women and domestic violence. So access to information, namely statistical information, duly structured and complete, is an essential prerequisite for carrying out a diagnosis of existing needs, correctly identifying who resorts to the justice system and the various support structures, and who remains on the margins of the system and without protection. So the deficiencies in existing data were already identified in 2019, and there is an identified need to develop further efforts on in this matter. And so one of the main recommendations that is done in the report is the necessity to definitively implement the database on violence against women and domestic violence. Second of all, Marta has already mentioned the repository of information that is available on the SIG website, which is a very valuable tool. But one of the findings of this project was that not all of the legal professionals, more broadly, all the professionals that work in this matter are fully aware of the services available and of the structures that are currently running in a local area. So there is an effort there needs to be an effort to further strengthen the need to provide for centralized information and documentation on institutions and types of intervention for perpetrators, not only to make available information of which services are available, but what do the institutions actually do, and what are the prerequisites for people to access those services. The next two recommendations are probably the most used recommendations all over the research projects that we carry out. Training, capacity building is essential. During the last years, and mainly from 2019 onwards, there was an effort to develop training and capacity building in this field in the justice sector. Nevertheless, the improvements have been considerable, and of course, the research has shown it. Nevertheless, what we have realized is that training and capacity building is not reaching everyone equally, and mainly is not reaching those who are frontline responses. So this is something to look at and pay attention. Lastly, on the macro level findings and recommendations, we have been witnessing and seeing a lot of pilot projects around the justice sector, a lot of initiatives in how to respond to this phenomenon, and these pilot projects tend to prolong themselves indefinitely as pilot projects, not being quite evaluated, and in order to improve their performance, and also to study whether they should be then broadened to other parts of the country. So I'm talking about, I'll say it in Portuguese because I don't know how to say it in English. So I'm talking about the SAVE, de Secções Especializadas Integradas de Violência Doméstica, os REAVs,
Violence, REAVs,
os GAVs, que também foram implementados na mesma altura. So there are quite a lot of pilot experiences that need to be evaluated. And there needs to be a plan for the response. Of course, the response does not need to be equal all over the country. So there are specific needs for specific parts of the country, but it has to be planned. It has to be analyzed. First of all, legal needs need to be studied, and then the response should answer to those needs of the people. So very quickly, because I've probably I don't have time, so 2 minutes. Okay, so 2 minutes. So what we did then was just look at those three main issues that I talked to you about. So first of all, immediate response to violence. Second of all, measures applied to perpetrators. And third of all, the articulation between criminal proceedings and family law cases when children are involved. And we looked at, throughout this methodology, we looked at the criminal cases, the judicial cases, we made the interviews, and we made a table of practices, needs, and recommendations. So here's an example on, for example, risk assessment, which is, of course, an essential step on the immediate response to violence. And what we realized was that application of the risk assessment is mainly used only for domestic violence cases, which is rather limited. It should be broadened to domestic violence behaviors and not domestic violence cases. Victims remain to be the almost only source of information when doing a risk assessment. The application of the instrument, although it was made to be used by someone that is not an expert on the field, it is used by those without sufficient training to apply the instrument, and there is also reduced autonomy in qualified individual assessment risk factors. So based on the findings, we identified the need, so the application, the need to broaden the application of the risk assessment, the need to widen the sources of information, to reserve the fulfillment of the risk assessment evaluation to those who have specific training, and in the spotlight, just to resume, because I don't have much time, there is a need to review the risk assessment module and the questions that are being asked. There's the need to include new questions, for example, regarding children, and to reformulate the rating of the different risk factors that exist in the instrument. So, in what concerns measures to contain violence, I'm just going to focus on what's mentioned there in the spotlight. So over the last years, there has been quite an investment in the immediate response on the first 72 hours. A lot of materials and tools and training have been developed. But still there is a gap, and there are different articulation and communication dynamics between the police and the public prosecutor's office at the national level. We still look at reduced application of coercive measures other than the term of identity and residence, and use of teleassistance as a measure to contain violence, which is not used for that. And so this first 72 hours and the need to have a quick response to when there's an alert of violence urges us to think of the organization model of intervention, and namely implement the emergency intervention network that has already been advocated previously, and that the findings of this research they support this measure. So finally, because I have to finish, on the measures applied to offenders, and I'll give the floor to Solveig because she's an expert on this matter. I would only say that the panorama on the overall territory is quite different. We have different responses all over the territory. We have really low levels of responses in some areas, mainly when, particularly on people that have more difficulty of access to certain kind of services, and overall there is a need to improve resources to enable an effective implementation of the framework in this practice. So I'll give just the floor to Solveig. I'm sorry because I tend to speak a lot and lose track of time. Thank you so much.
Okay, Paola, I mean, you have the substance, so I will just supplement this a little bit. I come from Oslo, from the Norwegian Center on Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies. And first of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. And I have to say that I'm very happy to attend a meeting on EEA projects on domestic violence where this is a legitimate issue. This is considered an important issue in Portugal, and you have done so much good work in Portugal, both academically and also within the political sphere and policy field. We cooperate in my center also with other countries in Eastern and Central Europe, especially within this same field. And as it was said in the morning, we now have also a backlash in many countries where you have to legitimate the concept of gender, you have to legitimate that this issue is of political importance and so on. So I'm so happy to be here where that is not an issue. Let's hope it continues, so both here and in Norway. So we have been a partner in the project that Paola just presented to you. And I have to say that in bilateral projects, you can have different kind of roles. Sometimes bilateral project, if there's enough money, can consist of two bilateral projects doing about the same thing and so on. In other respects, it can be a learning process for one of the partners. And in this case, it has been a learning process for me and also for my center. Because when you look at research on domestic violence, gender-based violence, the socio-legal perspectives that Paola and the institute she works at in Coimbra is specialist on is not that common everywhere in Europe. And we focus on health issues with violence, prevention of violence, victim-orientated approaches, etc., but not that much as one should on the perpetrators, on the police, on the criminal justice system. So this has been a true learning process for me. Very shortly about a recent study that my center published and which is now discussed everywhere in the media in Norway. We carried out a national prevalence study on violence, domestic violence and rape in Norway. Just a few weeks ago, we launched a project. And that shows clearly that if some of you think that Norway must be a paradise when it comes to this kind of issues with a wealthy state and welfare state and gender equality index always on the top on international measurements, well, when it comes to domestic violence and partner violence and sexual abuse, it certainly is not the case, as this study shows. So there is a significant proportion of Norwegian population, and particularly women, who are affected by severe partner violence and sexual violence. Now, the police, according to this study, were aware that violence had occurred in only 1 of 3 cases. I mean, this is what victims report themselves. That is their opinion, their experience. So 1/3 of the cases the police got information about. And that was severe physical partner violence. So most cases of partner violence remain unreported. And if they are reported, and if they are known by the police, almost half of these cases were never investigated. They were just put away. There wasn't evidence enough, there wasn't proof enough, and other reasons. So we know that the attrition rates are very high also in Norway. But we need more research and information about why is this so? Why is this kind of crime so different from many other forms of violent crime? And even if the police are and would be aware of the violence, very few cases end up in the court system. So this study of ours again showed that from the victim's perspective. Now, as Paola reported so clearly here, to respond to violence poses significant challenges to the criminal justice system and the police. This is a case in Portugal, this is a case in Norway, this is a case everywhere. And that's why I again want to emphasize that we do need more research-based knowledge of what happens to these incidents of domestic violence that are brought to the attention of the police. What happens in this chain if they continue in the chain and land in the court system? What happens in that chain, and why do so few cases end up with penalties? And by this I don't mean that penalties and criminalization always would be the best solution. I'm a sociologist, a critical sociologist, so I also want to look at and question that belief. But we certainly need a normative view in society that domestic violence, partner violence is not okay. And then we also need to use the criminal system, certainly. But we also do need to look at other aspects. How can we help the perpetrators? Many perpetrators are victims themselves, have been abused in their childhood, for example. Not all of them, but some have. And we have also to look at treatment programs, which I know have been developed here, have been developed in Norway, but also here we need much more research on, are those programs effective? Do they change? And we have too little knowledge about that. Now, we need to keep several things in our heads simultaneously. We need to help the victims, but we also need to help and treat and sometimes penalize the perpetrators so that they would not repeat the violent act again. And we need to develop the responses from the police and the criminal justice system. So it has to be a coordinated response. We should not come into this competition kind of sphere. Sometimes you hear activists who work with the victims saying, we need the funds to the victims. We should not put so much money in the programs for perpetrators. Of course, when you fight about resources being scarce, I understand that there are these camps fighting each other, but that does not help the issue as such. We need to look at this from a coordinated perspective. So I think that the research project and the report, you should see it. It took several hours for our printing thing to print it, more than 400 pages. But it is full of very, very, very important stuff. So I really hope you read through it. And I hope that the research group in Coimbra would publish this internationally, and perhaps in a bit shortened, condensated version, because it is unique from an academic perspective, and certainly for political decision makers as well. Okay, finally, the rates of violence, domestic violence, remain high, despite a decline in violent offences generally in Europe. Why is this so? That's why it is so essential that we have a cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary approach to domestic violence, violence against women. We need both to emphasize prevention, intervention, support for victims, but also to put more focus on the perpetrators and on the criminal justice system. Thank you very much.
Before we move on to the two following projects that are on the other hand of the problem, because we come from a more an approach linked to punishment and to fixing. Now we're going to go to prevention. And I would like to underline here the excellent work of our Minister of Justice with our Norwegian partners, and say that indeed lots of the things are already known in a sense, but we need to reinforce here the reading of this report that will have lots of important information for the political decision making in terms of criminal policies. And I'd like to thank you for your amazing work. Now we're going to travel to the other spectrum. We are, in terms of correction here, but this is historic, and people are not born perpetrators and victims. They become perpetrators and victims. And it's in this aspect of prevention that we all agree that we need to work on, to make sure that we're not always talking about the bad that has already happened. I may not be very optimistic. Maybe in 40 years we'll be changing our focus because we'll be preparing the following generations. And I believe that primary prevention is not going to have results next week. And that's why it's so important and a little less mainstream than other aspects, because we need to know how many people are in prison currently, how many people have a bracelet, because in terms of social communication, it's not always something we see, but we need to think about the history of these people. And this history sometimes starts during childhood, during preschool, and so we need to ask you to share this with you from the perspective of a small local authority, and see how you have developed your project of primary prevention, and see how they can be widened in the future. We're going to start with Vanessa, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'd like to... Can you hear me well? I'm a little bit tall. I would like to thank you for the invitation to be here. My name is Vanessa Amaral. I'm a psychologist, and I'm here to represent the project Redesign Affections, which is related to the city of Hermesindo. And to thank my colleague, because without my colleague, she's a big reference to me, because she does all in and she gives everything when it comes to social inclusion, and especially when it comes to promoting gender equality, equality of opportunities. So I really had to give her a shout out. So this is a local entity of social solidarity. We are non-lucrative. We want to act when it comes to the work in the municipality of Valongo. We want to promote equal gender equality, opportunities equality, and we want to take into consideration the needs of the people that live in the local authority of Valongo. When it comes to social issues, professional issues, so we have a lot of answers, social answers that are try to approach all of this. So in 2020, in a really hard year, we had another project, so Redesigning Affections, which I say it's my baby, because it was the first project that I coordinated, and I'm so proud of it. And I cannot start talking about this project without talking about the partnerships that helped us. The municipality of Alfena, that helped us sharing, but also gave us some places, the schools of Alfena, and these were the schools where I went and where I studied, and it was really good to return to the school and after a few years. So they gave us some places where we could do this, and they shared. We also had a partnership with the University Lusófona of Porto, which evaluated externally the project, and we have a partnership with Center for Gender and Equality of Norway, and they each shared good practices of the Norwegian community, and unfortunately or not, it's different from our community. So So there are a few steps were made, and we still have a long walk, a long path. Not only primarily intervention, but also in a secondary, because we can identify the people who are more exposed to these risks. It will be easier for us to go to the afterthoughts of solving these issues. So redesigning affections was had 24 months, and he wanted to have activities when it comes to sensitize the public and have entertainment, pedagogical activities. And this happened mainly in the school context, because it's a context that is privileged when it comes to socialization, when it to the first interaction, social interaction. So we implemented this project in schools. So this process it went to the families too. We had direct contact with parents. And it also went to the social context. So when it comes to results, why we're here today, in redesigning affections, we had 18 entertainment workshops that were more entertainment pedagogical aspect. So our initial goal was to reach 75% of children of this school group, but we reached 100%. So we worked with all the children. We had 357 children, 201 male and 156 female. You have some pictures here of some of the activities that we realized with them. After that, there's a really interesting part of the project. It was the matter of making workshops. We had workshops with students, parents, and school staff. So when it comes to students, we had 12 workshops. Despite having 12 workshops, we had all school levels and all schools of the school group. We had 48 sessions, and we had 762 children and youth, 410 male and 352 female. So our goal was 75% of the children of the second cycle of school to the high school, and we reached 92.25% of these audiences. When it comes to the school staff, also had workshops. We had 16 workshops. We had 65 school people of the staff worked. We have 5 female and 60 5 male and 60 female staff, so we have also more females in this field than males. And our goal was to do 16 workshops, and we did that. When it comes to the parents of the children, it was a big challenge. Firstly, when it comes to the pandemic, people could not watch the workshops in person, and people were having a hard time when it comes to sexual orientation, gender equality. So we reached 62 parents. We had 16 workshops, and we achieved our goal. Then we had some activities that were more spontaneous, that happened in different phases of the project, mainly to profession workshops, where we, in a practical way, we discussed how sports and when it comes to professions, are still affected by gender. We had 1,069 children and youth from the first cycle to the high school. So we wanted to reach 90% of this community, and we reached 76%. So almost all people were able to enjoy this activity. When it comes to the workshop of sport activities, so we had we reached 1,073 children and youngsters, so 92.02%. Another activity that assured the sustainability of the project was the making of short films. At the time, I thought it would not be very nice of us to ask students to create short films without explaining them what are these things, gender equality, which was the main goal of the project. So we had these introductory sessions with the 30 of them with the different classes, and we had then 19 short films that were created and designed by the students. I wanted to share with you a short film, but because due to the time I cannot share with you, but I'll show you. You can see that short films in our website that were designed by students of the 8th grade, 9th grade. Yeah, 8th grade was the youngest. So we had 77.85 of the students were involved. So we had 315 male students and 344 of the male students. Then we had a training school of ambassadors of equality. So these youngsters and children wanted to were encouraged to participate in the sessions about gender equality, and then they became ambassadors. So we had 30 sessions. We had 637 students. So it is 77.12% of the community. So 339 of male gender, and then we have 298 female students. We wanted to create a website, so this website was also designed with the help of 3 students that were doing a professional type of degree. So they designed the website, they thought of how they thought about the layout, and then all of the other students that had short films, videos about myths and realities of abuse when in relationships, and these also we reached 77.49% of the community, of the school community, in the creation of this website. And finally, we also challenged that the students participate in a volunteer bank. So 20.34% of these students, so 168 students, so 97 students of the male gender and 71 students of female gender participated. So they shared, helped sharing, taking pictures, they made videos so that we could publish them on social media. So we wanted to bring this process to the social context and family context. So, and the students always cooperated with us. So I would like to show you a video that at the time was made by our partner entity in Norway. So there are certain things that cannot be applied for nowadays, but I would enjoy you to watch, please. Please, let's see if this is working. Okay.
Dear participants and dear Adisa, first and foremost, congratulations on finishing all the activities and the project Redesign Affections. The project started in the autumn 2020, and despite the challenges of COVID-19, closed schools and home offices, Vanessa and Sarah from Adisa has shown great integrity and high ambitions for the project. And for those of you who have not seen or heard my name before, I'm Claudia Klostergaard, and I work for Center for Gender and Equality at University of Agder in the south of Norway. And we have been partnered with Adise throughout the whole project. So, the equality of the future is created in the childhood of the present. Therefore, the environment in which children and young people grow up is the most important focus area in the work of achieving more equal society. This has always been the core of this project and our work. And for many children in Portugal, Norway, and the whole world in general, the surroundings are divided into pink and blue, princesses and pirates, Barbies, tractors, and toys and activities are labeled as boyish and girlish, and those children are exposed to gender norms from an early age, often even before they're born. But why is that a problem? Well, when the children's world is divided into two, the room for maneuvering is halved. And to give children opportunities and security and to develop freely, caregivers must do conscious work to avoid meeting children with gender stereotypes. Kindergartens and schools have a big impact for children and youths. Firstly, children and youths have the right to a safe school environment, and the school must therefore ensure an environment for diversity, where students can explore different interests and develop different aspects of themselves, free from restrictive norms and free from gender stereotypes, and of course free from discrimination. So we at the Center for Gender and Equality have placed teachers and non-teaching staff at schools as a very important target group for our training, because we see how important it is to cooperate with and give teachers training and tools to make the classroom and the teaching environment more norm critical. But one training or workshop session is not enough. It needs continuous work both within ourselves and together as teams. And we hope, that being introduced to the topic and this project, and after having some sessions together, this has inspired you and given you some tools and new knowledge to continue the important work in challenging gender norms and gender stereotypes. Attitudes, norms, and prejudices often lead to stereotypical perceptions of different groups of the population. For example, then gender stereotypes can affect professional judgment as a teacher and also the equality of service provided to girls, boys, women, men, etc. And the same applies to stereotypes about people with disabilities, ethnic backgrounds, religion, etc. Violence and abuse are one of the biggest equality and societal challenges in Norway today, but also in the world today. And freedom from violence, abuse, and sexual harassment is a prerequisite for a good childhood and a safe youth. It is therefore important to work preventively to prevent violence and harassment and detect it in an early age. An important part of the preventive work is to introduce a gender equality perspective in the teaching of sexuality and to include boundaries as a part of the teaching. And part of this is about challenging gender stereotypes and counteracting the use of gender insults, such as whore and gay, which is insults used a lot in the schoolyards in Norway today. But the teaching must contribute to a positive identity development and a self-esteem, and those contribute to creating a safe environment for growing up. But this work also encompasses the various sports arenas and affairs this project have covered. Firstly, this is an important arena to break down toxic masculinities, such as we call it locker room talk. Secondly, we must continue to help children to see that all sport is for all genders and allow them the opportunities to choose activities based on their own interests and not on gender roles and expectations. My colleagues and I at the Center for Gender and Equality at the University of Agder want to thank you, Vanessa, Sarah, and Adise for the cooperation throughout the project period. And despite being in separate countries, we have and will continue to work towards the same goals of challenging norms, power structures, and creating environments for children and youths free from restrictive norms, gender stereotypes, and free from discrimination. So I wish you all good luck with your further work. But first, I hope you all have a good summer and a good holiday when and for those of you who will have that. Thank you for listening.
Obrigada, Vanessa, e pelos votos de boas férias da colega da Noruega. Ficámos todos e todas bastante entusiasmadas. Muito rapidamente, antes de passar aqui à Fábia, que vai falar de outro projeto de prevenção primária promovido esta feita pela autarquia de Alcobaça, mas dar aqui nota de quatro conceitos que me parecem chaves da intervenção da Vanessa e que provavelmente estarão presentes na da Fábia. Continuidade, consistência, adequabilidade da linguagem aos escalões etários com que estamos a trabalhar. Trabalhar com o primeiro ciclo não é trabalhar com o ensino secundário, não é trabalhar com assistentes operacionais e não é trabalhar com docentes. Portanto, eu sei que estão aqui colegas do Ministério da Educação a assistir com muita atenção. É fundamental, a escola é o espaço privilegiado para isto acontecer, mas precisamos de uma prevenção primária.
Primary prevention and professional, and I believe that it's the best investment that we can do in the future of all of us. And I'd like to congratulate you for something that we are forgetting here. Almost all of these projects came up during the pandemic, so these people were able, in the middle of the chaos we were all experiencing personally and professionally, they were able to make things happen. And so people were going around in masks and all scared, but I'm still surprised with everything we were able to do as people since March 13, 2020 until today. I think we're all in the middle in this situation still, although we don't believe it, but we are. And I think we all deserve praise here because we've been doing an amazing work these last 3 years, and I'm amazed at how we did it. Thank you so much. Fábia, you have the floor. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Fábia Pinheiro, and I'm here to present to you the AENIS Equals Pedro project. This project was developed by the City Council of Alcobaça. It occurred in the school year 2020-2021 and then 2021-2022, and the main objectives were the promotion of an education and training that are free from any gender stereotypes and the prevention of violence, gender violence, in interpersonal relations. Regarding the intervention, it was carried out on children from kindergarten, children from the first and second primary education cycles in Portugal, young people from the third cycle of primary education in Portugal and of the secondary cycle of education as well, and also teachers and families. We've had as partners the Groupment of Schools of São Martinho do Porto, the Professional School for Agriculture and Rural Development of Sister, and the Commission for the Protection of Children and Young People of Alcobaça. Regarding the development of our sessions, the methodology that was used was a whole school approach methodology, and it was using as main pedagogical tool art. For that, we had the collaboration of some professionals of the arts sector, namely José Gil from S.A. Marionetas, Diana Bernardes from Teatro da Transformação, Silvia Abreu from Tocar Nalma, and Tomé Simão Dionísio, who were our colleagues who took care of the dynamic part of our sessions in schools. After that, for the carrying out of monitoring and assessment of the project, we've had the help of UMAR, the Union of Women Alternative and Responses, of which I am part, and what we've done through the whole experience that UMAR has in the implementation of prevention in schools. Besides this monitoring and assessment that we have carried out within the scope of this project, we've also developed training actions for teachers, non-teachers, operational assistants, that is, school staff. We have also carried out training actions for people that work in the arts, so they could have more abilities to create and develop these sessions with their students. And we also did capacity building amongst families of children and young people who had been marked at the ACPCJ of Alcobaça. Moving on now to the final results. We have developed 130 sessions that had a total of 278 participants aged between 5 and 21 years old. 115 were female and 163 were male. Regarding kindergarten, we've carried out 24 sessions with 36 participants, 18 female and 18 male. Regarding the first cycle of primary education, we've had 48 sessions with 90 participants, 41 female and 49 male. Regarding the second cycle of primary education in Portugal, we've had 8 sessions that had 23 participants, 9 female and 14 male. Regarding the third cycle of primary education in Portugal, we've had 14 sessions with 33 participants, 16 female and 17 male. Regarding high school or professional courses, we've had 36 sessions with 96 participants, 31 female and 65 male. Regarding our final results, as our colleague Vanessa already said so and as Marta already shared, this project occurred during the pandemic and it was quite difficult to adapt. But I'd like to say that all the efforts and all the commitment of all the participants were crucial. We managed to implement the project. It went very well from our viewpoint and the results are here. They are visible. So the project managed to organize 94.7% of the activities that were planned, and we were able to reach 84.7% of the indicators, that is, of the targets that we intended to reach. These results show that despite of all the difficulties that we've had, indeed, we were able to achieve great results and we've managed to do exactly what we wanted, which was to finalize the project and meet our goals. Now, to talk a little bit about the results in terms of the activities themselves and the way we had to assess these activities was to make some questionnaires before and after the intervention, so people would answer these questionnaires before and after, and through these we were able to understand that regarding the activities of direct intervention with children and young people, we were able to reach 75% of positive change in the perception, in the behavior, and in the acquisition of knowledge and skills in the field of training, of raising of awareness that we were working on. And for example, in terms of activities for building capacity amongst teachers and non-teachers, we've had a change of 46.1% of positive change in terms of acquisition of knowledge and new skills, in terms of object of training and raising awareness in regards to prevention of violence. The evaluation, the assessment that was carried out in activities with parents and educators and families, here we have not used the questionnaire at the beginning, and at the end we have used a scale. And through this scale we were able to see that the project was able to reach 75.5% of positive change in the acquisition of knowledge and competences in the areas that we were aiming in terms of training and awareness raising. Regarding the school abandonment and absence in school, we've had a change of 1%, so we could see that the participants that we had were a very reduced level, so this result is not a reference result because we didn't have that much people to participate, and that we would love to have had to reach different results. I'm just going to read a few highlights here, read one of the evaluations that we've had in the questionnaires after the intervention. They had the possibility in their questionnaires to share their experience with us and to leave us some comments. And I'm going to read you one of them. It showed me the importance of all of us being equal and show that there's still a lot of discrimination between men and women. I believe that this project must be carried out in more years, in more school years, and during a longer period of time to see if new people change their ideas and the way they live. So this was one of the comments of our participants in these sessions. I'm going to read another one that I believe to be very interesting as well. That is, we have the duty to respect the others independently, no matter if they are boys or girls. We have also the duty to respect people who choose to be different, because we can be good in our action and there won't be difference amongst genders. Gender equality is something that is worth fighting for, because all of us, and really all of us, have a right to freedom. Here we also have some comments regarding the teachers. I'm going to read you one, okay, to not take too much time. This project promoted important learnings and the development of the skills of students in different levels. They became more tolerant with their school friends and learned to respect differences. Regarding the actions aiming at building capacity amongst teachers, school staff, etc., we've had 17 sessions of 24 hours total. We had 277 participants, 248 female and 29 male. Here we also have some comments of these participants that were part of these sessions. I'm going to read you one as well. It's very important because, I'm sorry, I have to go get water. I'm sorry. The voice starts to fail otherwise. So, it's very important because it helps me to be more alert and prepared, whether it is to detect possible situations with young people, whether it is to approach in a better way given some questions in the classroom context. Regarding the sessions with families and educators, despite all the efforts that we've tried to develop for people to be part of this project, we've only been able to do one session with 5 participants, 4 female and 1 male. After that, regarding the sessions with families, at the level of the Commission for the Protection of Children and Young People, we've had 10 sessions with 76 participants, 59 female and 17 male. Here, we haven't done an assessment with a questionnaire before and after the intervention, since there were some people that didn't know how to read or to write, and so we brought you the comment of Sandra Gonçalves, the president of said association of Alcobaça, and I think it's important to share with you her reflection on this. Evaluating the impact of the project Inês equal to Pedro in the complementarity of the work of the CPCJ, we understand that the creation of an informal space that is safe for sharing and reflecting as a group can help families analyze their challenges from different perspectives, motivating them to try and adopt strategies that are also different and creative, giving to them a feeling of trust that for any problem there will be a solution. Just to finish, as a conclusion, I'd like to give you some brief recommendation. Indeed, the methodology that was adopted in this project and the fact that we used art as a pedagogical tool has contributed to the positive results that we were able to achieve in this project. Art promotes reflection, or promoted reflection amongst children and young people in terms of questioning their reality, their way of living and their behaviors. It's also promoted the development of new ideas and conceptions, and that allow them to be more attentive to the negative attitudes and behaviors that might be present in their interpersonal relationships. Art promotes transformation, whether it is individually or collectively. Projects like this one are fundamental for the promotion of a society that is more inclusive and equal, to promote equality between women and men, and to fight and trying to prevent violence, namely gender violence. And just to finish very quickly, just a few recommendations here that we believe are very important in the development of prevention programs that are going to meet what Marta already shared, as well as Vanessa. The prevention program have to be holistic, continued, and we need to intervene with the same group of children and young people throughout several school years. For this, it's important to have funding that can guarantee that these projects can occur during several school years in a row. Besides, it's important for the teams that create these programs and put them into practice are multidisciplinary teams, and they need to have training in the area and also in pedagogy, pedagogical methodology, etc. Besides that, it's important also to build capacity in the educational community, namely in schools, regarding the problem of gender violence. It's also fundamental to deconstruct pedagogical methodologies that are not adjusted or discriminatory, and we need to promote the diffusion of programs of prevention at a national level, including in the inside areas of the country and not just in urban areas. And finally, all the schools and school groups need to have a team that can work on this matter of violence, violence that occurs, for example, in school contexts. That's how I'd like to finish. We just have a small video for you to see. I'm sorry.
E eu acho que os homens também gostam de brincar com as bonecas.
A percepção que eu tenho é que está-se a banalizar a violência, seja no namoro, seja psicológica, seja física, seja de que maneira for, está-se a banalizar.
E nós, ao falarmos com muitos deles, nós vimos que por trás de cada um que se tornam violentos, muitas das vezes, há uma história, há uma família estruturada.
No meu tempo talvez era mais encoberto, as pessoas tinham medo de falar. Agora as pessoas estão um bocadinho mais abertas, as mentes estão mais abertas, apesar de ainda haver muito medo.
E sim, eu achei que foi muito importante porque poderia abrir as mentes deles para eles começarem a aceitar melhor isso e, enfim, pararem também um pouco de julgar e pensarem no lugar do outro, porque eu acho que se fossem eles, ou serem bissexuais, ou serem gays, ou alguma coisa assim, que não iriam gostar muito que falassem que eles eram doentes por gostarem da mesma pessoa, gostarem da pessoa do mesmo género.
Penso que eles estão, de modo geral, abertos, alguns ainda com muito preconceito de mudar certas mentalidades, portanto, tem-se mesmo de continuar a trabalhar.
Thank you.
Fábio, obrigada. Muito rápido.
Thank you, Fabio. Very quickly, because I know that we are already very late in terms of time. I'd like to give here 3 ideas once again that are very complementary without you doing it on purpose. This project of the City Council of Alcobaça brings us this need to talk about prevention in a systematic way, so working with children, with schools, and with other parts of community. The idea that we can work with local authorities, with NGOs, with schools, I think it's very important. And what's important in this project is that we brought art to the schools, and it's important to give the school and the professionals this experience that's been studied and that makes us think about things and change things. We know that positive approaches work. We have this information, so be creative. And 2 other important dimensions of this project that I'd like to highlight. First of all, the local and regional dimension. We don't do primary prevention only in great stadiums or in great show halls. It has to be a place of proximity because there needs to be a relationship. And then practice is very important because I think it's important to bring the impact evaluation, the risk assessment here in this perspective, because if we're not assessing, we don't know what we're doing well. So I'd like to ask if there is a little minute. No, they're already telling me that we don't have time. 1 question, 2, 1 minute. Several questions in 1 minute. Please be very brief. We have 2 main areas in a criminal matter, so a more a fixing aspect, so to say, and then a prevention aspect. So if someone wants to ask something, ask a question to our colleagues here, please, you're very welcome to do so. Everything is very clear, right? Yes, the pressure of the time also helps in this case. Nothing? People who are part of the education area? No? No one? After? Okay. So if you agree...
Não, não, claro, tá.
Oi?
Oi. Hello, can you hear me?
Não, como tem muito dado quantitativo, só um detalhe.
Since there's a lot of quantitative data, I'm Gustavo Mariana. I have a doctorate in human rights.
E como são muitos dados quantitativos, porque isso geralmente é
there are a
muito
lot of
requerido
quantitative
para
data.
conseguir financiamento.
It's complicated to get funding. In terms of qualitative part, what was more important for you, especially Fábio, Vanessa? That's the part I'm most interested in. In terms of qualitative part, what's been more important for you as you worked with different audiences, different, just to have a question here. Thank you, Fábio. The qualitative aspect, qualitative, okay. Can you hear me? I believe so. Well, in terms of the qualitative part, it was important to understand the opinion that the participants, the students, teachers, non-teachers had, because we've had room here for them to explain the impact that it had on them, what they felt while developing these sessions. And so, in our case, since it was developed through art, and as Marta said, it's a very different way of working on matters that are quite difficult, quite delicate, and without a doubt, the way it was developed was more captivating for our students. And at the end, we were able to understand without a doubt that we had used the correct tool to work on these matters. I don't know if my answer is what you were expecting. Thank you so much. In my case, and regarding the work with students of the first cycle of primary education, in qualitative terms, it was what surprised me the most. Why? Because throughout the sessions, I could see that lots of the questions were not asked by these children. And so, in a way, it's as if we were getting there, and some of these children would ask us, I had never thought about that. So, for them, a girl playing with a football is not a problem. Why? Because they're 6 years old or 7 years old. So, what I usually say, and this is absolutely certain, we are not born with gender stereotypes, we learn them. And this was a great surprise for me, because I believed that since a very young age, these children were going to have some stereotypes already rooted in them, but for them it wasn't even put into question yet. And sometimes I felt bad because I thought that I was confusing them by going there. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but this was my great surprise. I believe that during the break you can exchange contact information, because any of these two projects may have a lot of information, especially for people who are doing doctorates in terms of education and human rights. They're going to have lots of material for research, so do exchange contacts. And I'm done. So we are feeling some pressure here to move on. Are we going to have a break? No, we're just going to move on. Thank you so much, and good session for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
We'd like to ask for the stage to be a moderator, the director of Active Citizens, Luís Madureira Pires. This program is managed by Foundation Carlos de Gulbenkian and Ensaio Barreto Foundation. We also have Ana Paixão, representing a matter of equality, a solution for in social innovation, growing more equal. We have Teresa Silva as a network of youth for gender equality. for the project Faz Delete, and then we have Graça Rojão working with the project Rasgar Silêncios. Good afternoon, everyone. I would firstly like to thank SIG for inviting me, but not only, and it's important, the idea to have this meeting, this seminar, international seminar, bringing together this specific program of conciliation and gender equality with our program that is exclusively connected with active citizenship. So it's a transversal problem in the way we can approach it in the different programs. So this seems really important. We should highlight it and continue it. We have today, this panel. It's a panel that makes me really happy because we have indeed the privilege of having 3 excellent projects presented by Ana, Teresa and Graça in this field. The 3 are supported by the Active Citizens program with different age groups. The first one is connected with preschool and sensitizing children. Then we have another one that is more related to violence, new violence, that is internet violence. It has its target adolescents and young adults, and then we have what we call, unfortunately, traditional violence, especially to women, that is domestic violence. That is not, it's not only for women, but it's unfortunately is what it happens the most. So I would like to say some things about the program Active Citizens, and something that is important. When we look at the program, its priorities, there's nowhere this topic. So we have 4 priorities in the program, and none of them are gender equality. And this was not. It's on purpose because there was a program that was by public administration. It was managed by public administration, and we did the same thing when it comes to environment and climate change. So we did not add it because we didn't include it as a priority. But of course, this topic is transversal, and we have a group of projects that were approved, also in promoting human rights, and also in the field of empowering vulnerable groups. So these are 2 of the topics of the fields where the projects that we are talking about today emerged. So this program of Active Citizens, it's a bit special. It's the only program that is not managed by the state. It's managed by the social society for the social society. And as a pillar of our society, when it comes to democracy and defense of values and principles that are connected with the way we live and the way we look at the world. So, when we reinforce the organizations, no matter what organizations, there is no limit. It's something that we have. We want to 1/4 of the money. It's only to work within the organization, so they can look to themselves, inside themselves, so they can become more empowered and be more sustainable. This is a very, very important point, and and we've helped 1,200 people who were working in companies, and so this in 280 companies. So this when it comes to capacity building within the organizations and entities, which is important, and that is really important. Globally speaking, the program had had 9.8 million euros for grants. So this grant has been used through 18 public contents that we have. So we've been having we have lots of projects, more than 100 of projects, and this must be around the ones we have for with the EEA grants. We have lots of projects, and small and big projects in the big four fields: the democracy and social conscious capacity building within the organizations. What I wanted to talk about, and this is connected to what we're doing and talking about. Out of these 176 projects, 20 of them are related to the topics that we are debating today. 5 of them that are related with matters of creating awareness to the gender equality, and 15 of them related to violence and abuse against women. So these are the 20 projects that we have. In total, these 20 projects, the money involved, when it comes to funding, this 1.6 million, we gave 1.5 million of the EEA grants. 1.6 is the millions, and the difference is funded by the organizations themselves. So, I wanted to say, and to end, I wanted to say a few things that seem interesting when it comes to these 20 projects. I'm talking about the projects that are related with this field. We supported 16 campaigns to create awareness to gender equality. We mobilized a lot of youths about these topics. We influenced, and when I say influence, I say it lightly because the people in this room were the one that influenced the creation of 3 laws when it comes to this topic. We helped more than 500 women in the victim situation. So we have a big group of work that was executed by these 20 organizations and their partners that benefited our funding and support. So this is what I would like to talk to you as a backstage. And today we'll be talking about the projects and discuss this project. And I would like to ask, I'm going to begin with the younger ones. And Ana Paixão, please start the presentation of your project. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Younger, probably my audience, not me. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here and to be able to present the work that we've created in the project Grow More Equal. And it's a part of the project. Thank you so much for being in this session. Our project it's framed in the program Active Citizens and Matter of Equality. We are a non-money lucrative foundation. We've been open since 2008, and our work is related to gender equality and primary prevention of violence. We act in two different areas that we are funded by EEA grants. We have the field of education with capacity building of the children, youth, work staff, and teachers. And then we have the capacity building of entities and organizations so they can be more. And then we have these two areas that are working together and are very important when we want to have equal society. We created a partnership, a strategic partnership. We have the experience that we have with our work in the field of education, and then we started to work with. We have here our partner here today, and she will give her testimony here. And it was very important in the development of this project that allowed us to have a focus and when it comes to the education for citizenship and integrate gender equality. And she was always present in the multiple capacity training sessions that we had. We also have the partnership with the municipality of Amadora, which allowed us to implement the project in the new group of schools. So 19 schools. It had a lot of people involved and lots of entities. And we also had a partnership with the Center for Equality in Norway. I will not try to pronounce that name because you know what happens when we try to pronounce that name. But it was a strategic partner because it brought us knowledge and practices that we were exploring, and it was in Portugal to give training to the teachers that work in the kindergartens, and we learned a lot from them. And it is a partnership that we still have until today in other projects that we are still developing. So this project wants to promote gender equality as a fundamental human right. And we are focusing on kindergarten and preschooler education. We started working in the third cycle of education, and we're talking about 2009 and 2010. And then we understood that we were a bit late, and my colleagues told us that stereotypes that we find are already rooted. So we wanted to work within the first years, and we tried to do it as an application, and we couldn't do it because it was not considered to be an age group where we could approach these topics. But now it has changed, and we are not now working with kindergarten and preschooler education. And growing more equal is a project that has already been implemented in national level in the third cycle, but then it has been readapted to the kindergarten education. It started in 2019 and it ended in 2021. As our colleagues have said previously, we've been through everything that the pandemic brought, mainly when it comes to interventions that need to be done on the field and together with its audiences. When it comes to our audience and the people involved, the project reached 1,050 children in the municipality of Amadora. We're talking about the 3 to 5 age groups. They joined us in different phases of the project. We have teachers, preschool teachers, 137 of them. which is also a primarily female field. We've talked about webinars, and we've trained them. We have 137 parents, and then we have 116 technicians, superior technicians that work as a support for the schools, that also participated in these sensibilization sessions. The activities that we've created was mostly focused on the training of preschool teachers. We also had ateliers with the schools, with the children of these 19 kindergartens. They would happen from 2 to 2 weeks. We had lots of webinars that were not predicted at the time we applied, but we learned a lot of things with the pandemic, and we've learned how to use the new technologies. And if it wasn't like that, perhaps we wouldn't be able to reach 137 parents. So we had workshops of dance and movement. We had a cooperation of a dance teacher, and we had these workshops for the preschool teachers, but also for the students. So all of these activities ended up with a seminar that was actually a webinar, and we had around 500 people that were participating, especially people that were connected with the education field. I haven't done a really detailed presentation of the activities, but I want to focus on the process. How did we reach these activities? Because this was a new project, because we were working within kindergartens, so we wanted to do a diagnosis of evaluation of the kindergarten teachers, and also of the perceptions of gender of the children. So when it comes to these 19 schools, we trained 75 teachers, so we could understand their perceptions, but also what was the investment of the teachers when it comes to gender equality, if there was something that happened by their academic training. We understood that the topic was not approached during their academic training. About 73% of people said that they knew about this topic, but this knowledge, we don't know where that knowledge came from. So there's a lot of auto-training, and we have only 6% of people who are looking for training when it comes to this topic. People recognize these topics in the citizenship, and 85% says that they implement activities that promote gender equality. And what are those activities? We understood that equality was not being specifically approached. It was something that was talked about when it comes to human rights, but not in specific. And it didn't come up even in sexuality and stereotypes. Based on these perceptions, we created a guide for training when it comes to for a guide for teaching this for preschoolers. And this was adapted to the preschool education, and it was credited by education by the University of Minho. And we implemented these training sessions. We started in person, but then we moved to online, and we were trying to understand how we could connect to Zoom, how could we screen share, but everything ended up working correctly. We trained 75 people, and it was really interesting because this guide was built so that all sessions we have new practical activities and challenges that the preschool teachers would implement experiment with the children in their classrooms, and then we know the results. It was a really interesting way for us to be working on the field without actually going there because we couldn't go to schools at that time. So with this precious work of our school teachers, and we are now talking about 388 children, and so here are some of the ideas that children had. Children normally don't think about this. These are things that are a pattern, and if we don't deconstruct these ideas, it would be always normal, for example, for the mother to be the one that changes the diapers, and the mom cannot change a tire because she needs to have the hands clean to take care of the baby. So these are topics that we need to work on this project. See, these are some of the quotes I find really interesting. Claudia Perseida of Norway was today talking about the importance of talking about with boys. Men are braver. Men are braver, but they're afraid of getting burdened because that is really bad. And what it said is, it's a really strong quote that I've learned. This was a child, a 4-year-old boy that said this, and it's really concerning. Going forward, the project created a pedagogical kit, growing more equal, first years, and have a paper form and an online form in this platform that is available here. It has puzzles, memory games. Sometimes we cannot fight the children's access to tablets and computers, so we can give them pedagogical materials that are constructive here in these platforms that they use nowadays. Besides that, it was available a paper with information, practical and theoretical information, activities that we can make and create with children, calendar that brings the different months of the year where we can work these topics. But equality is not only being worked in these days. It can have transversal, and it needs to be worked every day. Here are some clues that you can see on the papers, that you can check them out later. We have the memory game, the puzzle, and now I'm done. Is that okay? It was a bit of a run. How can I put the film? Yes? Workshops to educate to equality, 504 participants, from theory to practice. Atelier, growing more equal, 346 children, our superpowers. I am a babysitter. Oh, we can all do everything. I am a woman cop. Once upon a time, a family. Sharing tasks. And they lived happily ever after. Yay! Good. Yeah, you know what he will be? A cook. Dance and movement workshops. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Eu sei que demorei bocadinho,
I know that I took a little bit more of time, but I'd like to hear the witness of Isabel Lopes from the General Direction for Education. I'll speak standing up. I don't like using microphones because it makes me nervous, but I have to. It's been a pleasure to share this project with Ana Paixão. I knew her from the other project, Que Mais Igual, and when I was in contact with her, I knew that I was with the right person to work on these matters. The National Direction for Education works on several aspects, and one of them that has to be carried out in all levels of education is the one of gender equality, and that's why this partnership is an added value for both parties. Regarding the profile of the student, there are characteristics, it's another guideline for the work in schools. We want children to grow up in an environment of well-being where they can respect each other when they are autonomous, and no matter their gender, that they are able to express emotions. And it's important to do this work nowadays in terms of gender stereotypes. So here we start from a very younger age. We also have a reference for health where these matters of gender are also being debated, and it started from preschool until the end of the secondary education cycle. So we need to start from a very young age, despite of the fact that these stereotypes are not very present yet, but we already have some seeds of these behaviors, and so this work that's been carrying out, namely in terms of professions, is important. I'd like to underline a few aspects that were mentioned today that are important. The matter of respect for difference. When we think about it, aren't we all different? So of course we need to respect each other. Empathy, because it's very important to be able to put ourselves in someone else's shoes and understand what they feel, what they suffer about, what discrimination they feel. The work that we have to do in terms of inclusion, in terms of sustainability, and I'd like to tell you, just to before concluding, saying that we had a project last year that had to do with people from where I'm from, and one of them was Ana Cristina Pires. I don't know if you know her. She's the first astronaut woman at a European level. Well, it's the second person at a European level and the first Portuguese woman to have that degree. And she's an amazing woman. I challenge you to meet her and get to know her. And I'd like to finish with a sentence that is in the first part of the profile of mandatory school of Guilherme Martins, and that said, before the others and the diversity of the world, change and uncertainty, it's important to create balanced conditions between knowledge, comprehension, creativity, and critical thinking. It's about training people that are autonomous, responsible, and active citizens. Thank you very much, and I'd like to give the word to Teresa Silva, who's going to tell us about the project Faz Delete, that is, make or hit delete. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation to be here to present to you this project, Hit Delete. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible to give you some space for some questions or some debate at the end if you have interest in it. And for people who don't know us, I'm going to show you what's our network. We are a civil society foundation that was founded in 2000, and we want to promote equality between men and women, young girls and young boys, and show you that this network is an organization that has political finalities, which means that we need to mobilize young girls and young women for them to act politically, and that's why we work a lot in the area of lobby and advocacy. For us, it's important to ensure that the human rights of women are human rights, so we can never forget this. There's a gender perspective that has to be maintained when we talk about matters of discrimination and equal opportunities, and it's important for us to bring you once again into the debate matters of violence against girls and women, and see how this violence is changing, taking into account the new digital platforms, and how digitalization and artificial intelligence is bringing this to us. I might need to talk a little bit slower. I'm so sorry. I was trying to hurry up, but I'm going to need to slow down. Another important matter, and that is the principle of a guideline that we have, it's our mission here, it's to ensure that young women are free of any sexual or reproduction pressure, because we want to work on these matters that we believe are being forgotten in terms of the feminist movement. We want also to say that this Young Networks is a feminist organization, and for us it's very important to talk about everything that has to do with all the forms of violence that are part of everyday life, and talk about pornography, prostitution, and sexual discrimination. Once again, this network has had this project, Faz Delete, and I'd like to present to you the project, give you a little context on the importance that this project had for us and for our growth as an organization. As Luís Madureira Pires said, this project, besides citizenship and social justice, it promotes a lot the capacitation of organizations, and of course this project had this use for us. Faz Delete was a project of growth where we were able to implement activities with funding of an area that we identify as central area in matters of equality, that is digital and violence through a digital world, especially sexual violence, and we've had access to training programs of capacity building that have helped us to improve and rethink the way we organize ourselves, and to be able to improve in the future and implement projects with a deeper perspective than what we've had so far. To say as well that while guidelines change, others emerge. And some of them have appeared in this project, some of them are applying to new social organs. It's important to tell you about this because this allows us to rethink our project. Here you can see the objectives. Why sexual violence based in images? Maybe you never heard of this or you're not aware of what this means, but if I tell you about revenge pornography, you know what it is, or you've heard of it. This is a central matter here in our project. One of the main purposes of the network is to ensure that we are able from now on to not talk about revenge pornography, and that's why our project wants us to, that's why we focus on terminology and theory that I'd like to tell you about later on. It's about sexual violence based on image, because when we talk about revenge pornography, we are not talking about this notion of sexual violence towards girls and women. And we're talking about pornography that always has this association to adult entertainment, and that generally implies consent. What we want to tell you here is that there is today an incidence among young people of what is online sexism, because once again, when we think about this violence, we need to know that when we talk about online and digital platforms, what's new is not the type of violence that is existing. What is new new is the ability that these platforms, these mechanisms of definition have. And it's important for us to talk about them, and it's important to know clearly that this is not new. It's a reconfiguration of what exists in the offline world, but that today, due to anonymity of social media and digital platforms, the fact that we don't have judicial ways to control these behaviors or to regulate these platforms, we cannot fight these types of violence in these new dissemination mechanisms. But this type of violence has already existed. The public sphere has moved online today. Exposure, humiliation of young women and women do not only exist offline, but they have moved to the digital means as well. This has been happening a lot during the last years, but nowadays we have platforms that have an outreach that is far superior than what we had before. So, how is this project organized? 3 components that are interconnected. The first one, research. We research the phenomenon amongst young people. We have researchers that have done an online query to 517 young people, seeing how the violence impacted these people between 18 to 25 years old. We made a study in terms of representation, institutional representations, regarding the matters of sexual violence based on image, reaching the conclusion that we use a lot revenge pornography, and seeing that institutional communication, even if it has good intentions, it always places the blame or the focus on the victim, saying do not share pictures, don't do this, don't do that, when deep down we should be saying do not be a perpetrator, this is a crime. Because in Portugal, the disseminations of photos, videos of sexual, private or intimate character is a crime. Then we can see if it's categorized as we wanted. We see that it's not the case, but we can see that it is criminalized by the criminal code. Then we wanted to raise awareness regarding the matters of this type of violence, and we have organized campaigns, 2 workshops, one in Lisbon and in Porto, with several young women, for them to think about this matter from their point of view. It's important because as an organization of young women and wanting to capacitate these young women, we want them to create themselves answers that they believe should be implemented in terms of the civil society and also at an institutional level. And that's why they were included in the implementation of this project. And from here we had 2 campaigns that we want to implement in the future, whether it's at schools or in terms of change of the law. Then we want to deepen the relationship between the organizations of civil society. We want to ensure that we can create synergies between several organizations that work on equality in different ways, and we were able to do that. And then we had a policy paper that was carried out, that is a study. And then we also had 2 campaigns that these young women are working on, and that's going to move on to a new project because it's going to be, it was over officially at the end of February. I just want to show you this because I'm going to show you a video at the end. On our website, you're going to have access to everything we've been doing in the scope of the project. We've had this study to try to create an explanation guide. It's more user-friendly and friendly both for young women and organizations who work with them on this matter. It's based on the study that was coordinated by Maria João Faustino regarding the matters of sexual violence. And then within the study there was a quantitative study based also on the questionnaires that we did at a national level on the surveys. There's also a study of representations of communication and institutional communication and social communication organs on this matter, and there is also a social and judicial organization to see how this is being framed judicially in Portugal, or how it can be framed in legal terms. What does come out of this project is that we do a proposal that we call the judicial feminist proposal of the network of the categorization of this crime. That is, sharing without consent videos, image, sound of intimate character should be considered as a crime in the criminal code for several reasons. You can see then our explanation of why we propose this, but it's basically because we understand that this crime cannot befall on the sphere of private life, because it would be the same as accessing an email without the consent, and it's much more than the sharing without consent of image. We believe that this crime is an offense to the private life of young women, and so we want criminal right to have this pedagogical component. We have talked a lot about the punitivist matter, and it goes a lot beyond this, because when we reach legal matters, it's not as easy as that, but we need to know that as a society we need to share the idea that sexual violence based on images and videos that are shared without their consent, it can be with men as well, but we're talking about girls here, this has to be socially condemned. Then we've also had as the practice community, we had the policy paper where we have organized based on the 5 pillars of the Istanbul Convention. We have joined several organizations, and we've talked about prevention, raising awareness, integrated policies, etc. What we could do to be able, as a civil society and the several organizations that work in different aspects, how we can work on these matters. As I told you, for young people, we prepared 2 campaigns. The first one is The Law Doesn't Protect Us, A Lei Não Nos Protege. And both these campaigns have a poster associated to them, and it comes with a sensibilization video that is created by young people, and it shows them how we can work on these matters about sharing without consent. This is the campaign that we organized. And this has to do with one of the components of one of our project, that is the influence of public policies in the matter of advocacy, because we were able to get together with 3 Portugal parties that have different law projects that have to do with this aspect of sharing images and videos without consent. This was the second campaign that we organized in schools to support the professionals that work in schools and to raise awareness to the fact that this is indeed a crime, because we realized, since we were also invited to speak in schools on this matter, the idea of digital sexual abuse based on images, introducing this in their sexual education class, and we understand that it's very difficult for teachers to be able to talk about these matters because they're not very aware of them, and also because sometimes they don't know how they can start to talk about this with young people, because the predominance of images and sexualization of images is here to stay among young people. So we need to accept that, and we need to know how to handle this from now on, ensuring always that we do not blame the victims that are mainly young girls. Then we also have a podcast that is very interesting, of a talk we had with young people as well, presenting the project and debating here the matters of pornography, their connection with sexual violence based on images, and also sexual education. And of course, as we told you, these are the 3 parties that we've been having meetings with. These socialist parties said that they hadn't been they hadn't seen the matters of cyber flashing, etc. And so we made a proposal to them to see how the article could be written. That's what we did in our project. I would just like to show you, so now, a small presentation, a final video, if I can. I can, right? And then I'm done. Okay? Do I have to? Okay. The project Facilitate diagnose, sensibilize, and prevent this this aspect regarding images has 3 purposes: to research the prevalence of FSBI in Portugal, then gather several organizations that work in the area of human rights of women, and that together we can create a document that will give an answer to the public and politic needs in Portugal. And then we have the purpose to raise awareness amongst young people of this problem, since they are the main victims. This project is part of the Active Citizens program, and we have as partners the Association Women Without Frontiers and the Association AMCV. This project is particularly important for many reasons. The first one, because it's developed by a network of young people who work specifically and strategically for young people, and also because in global terms, it approaches a very current topic, that is the new forms of sexism that new technologies, digital technologies and of communication and information have brought. It's important not to dissociate sexual violence of the rest of violences against women and young women. And we know that sexuality has a central role. It's an instrumentalization of women's sexuality. It's used against us in a violent way, and so it's very important for the patriarchy system. When we talk about technologies, we cannot think about technology as something that appears and we don't have a choice. Technology is a series of choices that are done by programmers. So the argument of, oh, this platform cannot answer this problem is not valid when we talk about fundamental right, because if they cannot answer this problem, then they need to find a way, because this is an illegal act. We have young people that are very aware that we are facing some form of violence, but there are also lots of people that do not detect it and that end up normalizing this type of relationships and violences. That's why this type of campaigns are very important, to bring this knowledge to the public, not only for schools and school communities, for example, teachers, young people, but also in the different spheres of our life, professional life, personal life. So it's very important for us to understand what is VSBI. So there is prevention and intervention amongst the authorities and programs with safe schools. In this project, we have detected how broad this type of violence is, how normalized it is as well. There are several data that have surprised us regarding, namely, the amount of victims that have not asked for any kind of support. We have detected that there is a greater number of victims that have called the police. So it's a type of training and capacitation that needs to be supported. And then there are other conclusions that have to do with the fact that the victims often do not identify that they are in a situation of violence. These moments of feminist sharing and thinking that are organized in their spaces of intervention and fight are essential for us to move on with any emancipation plan. It's very important as well to be active citizens and to participate in this type of volunteer work projects in terms of participation of young people and projects and initiatives that help this world become a little bit better and a little bit fairer and more just for all of us.
So this is our last speaker, Graça, which comes from the interior of Portugal, which is very important. It comes from Covilhã. It was very important for the program to have a percentage of projects that emerged besides Porto and Lisbon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to be here. And I would also like to add, now that the project is done, I can say it with some calmness, to say that it's very important that the projects are all of them localized in Lisbon and Porto, because the projects, events, actions, because our country can be a little bigger than that, and this always having projects that are all over the country is really important. And I think it's important that this program was focused on innovation and other ways of creating tools. I think this is a really positive aspect, and training and capacity building within organizations. And now our organizations are stronger, and as Catarina said previously, it is very notable. So, Rasgar Silêncios, or Break Silence, it's autobiographic writing with survivors of domestic and gender violence, and it's promoted by Colabora, which has deals with domestic violence victims, both adults or children, and it was directed to adult women. We also have Fourth Wall, Quarta Parede, which is connected with theater, and municipality of Covilhã helped us with the spaces, and we also have the faculty of social sciences that help us throughout the project. This project is targeted at women who survived gender and domestic violence, and also the professionals that are interacting with them, for example, jurists, people who work in security, and unfortunately we could not work with them, but we worked with them after, and healthcare professionals. We weren't able to do it because we were 14th of March with the health professionals at 2020, but then pandemic happened and we could not be with them for a long time. And also worked with the community in general to sensitize to these problems. It had 4 central activities. The first one was the creating writing, autobiographic writing workshops. We thought it was very important to work individually with the people, but there's other strengths, other capability of changing when we do it together. We also created a play that resulted in a video of the project, which the play script was created by the people who were there, and realize how these women live what are violence, how they live the violence that they suffered. We also have training actions for professionals. We worked with, for example, people who work in security, so they know what women write about the relations they had when it comes to violence. Try to create empathy between both sides, and then we created a guide for tools for autobiographic writing and to share the results of the project. And why do we focus on writing? When we do a more direct work with people, we understand that talking is a continuous flux of memories. So it can be hard to process, not very synthetic, and it doesn't have much reflection. And writing creates some distance because it allows people to take a step back when it comes to the happenings, and it improves the memory of what happened, and it allows people to express and to write what happened and to put on voices that are inside of them and they are chasing them, and it facilitates to reinterpret these memories. So when it comes to reinterpreting these memories, we understand that there's a really profound work with these women. So when they write about themselves, they could be able to look at their experience, their life, and look at them in a context and go beyond the fact that they are victims of domestic violence, but think about their childhood, adolescence, and other happenings that happen in their life. So the workshops happened, and our proposal was that each participant was in 6 workshops, and we also assumed that as an empowerment indicator. Of course, this is a number that we, of course, said it would work, and of course people could be in 6 or 12, but it's easier for people to be part of a program when they know they have a goal or an objective. So we had people that, we had women that said, I failed, I need a new program. So they would restart the workshops, the writing workshops. Because it happened in the pandemic, it was also very hard to have them with lots of interruptions. We were trying to make it happen online, which wasn't very significant when it comes to results. There was a person that was living in a residence, so she didn't know who was listening, so it was very hard to share. And these workshops, it's very hard if you just give paper and pen and say, well, write about your life. We just look at the paper and the pen and we don't know what to write. So we had a lot of, we already had training when it comes to autobiographic narratives in 2013, a program that SIG also participated. and we learned how to bring a chain of writing processes. We had the breaking the ice moment, and we could say, what is the picture that can identify how I'm feeling today? These are small mechanisms that take the blockage out of writing. We have this exercise that is simultaneous, works as a breaking the ice exercise, so you can write in a full page who you are. And me and my colleague, we did the exercises. We did all of the exercises, always. Another tool, a central tool in the writing workshops are the notebooks. Each person in their notebook had a symbol, and the notebook stayed in Colabora, and they didn't bring the notebook with them at home for a privacy matter, and the symbol identified the notebook, and they would continue to write. And writing, this is an exercise that we do is an archipelagos of relationships that makes easier for people to know their relationships, their strengths, and to know themselves better. What was important and what is important in writing workshops? There is a moment of auto-reflection, a moment where you have some silence, create some silence, and there's a reflection about the life path. And, well, writing helps you to think about life as a whole. And then we have the sharing moment, because it's essential, because you leave the individual story that's normally filled with guilt by the violence that the person has suffered, and that moment allows the person to share the violence that the person has suffered in different environments, and people understand that what happened to them was not because they are the way they are, but because there's a violence that is structural in our society. There's unequal relationships between men and women, and that's where the violence happened. And this is really transformative. Another activity are the letters that I did not write, where we asked people, professionals, and also the victims of violence to write a letter that they have never written. It's a letter that could be directed to the person who has offended them, abused them, can be a letter that is supposed to be for a healthcare professional, a security member professional. I have a letter here with me. I promised Dr. Manureira that no one would cry, not even me. And I am normally the person that's at risk, so this is a very nice letter that is addressed to the cops. You know the exposition, and you know that every week every week we have the media asking for victims who have been stabbed or a victim that has done anything. We know that between people who conduct investigation and media, there is a weekly pressure to find the victims for the program to show to people. So, letter to the police force. 2009. I would like to thank the police officers, because the day I presented myself, due to the circumstances that were imposed to me, I was afraid. I was afraid and without confidence. A cop that received me was really professional, made me feel safe, and encouraged me to speak. And it's good to know that we are not alone, and that these people that qualified are there to help us. This professional was very important to me. It was so competent, and without him, I would not be here at Colabora. He did everything to make sure that I had the necessary accompaniment. Thank you, police officer, and I hope you continue to your great work of receiving the victims. This is a thank you note. There are a lot of letters of complaints, especially when it comes to jurists, where women talk about that they don't understand anything that is said to them about the professionals of this area. So we have a lot of letters. Some of them were written in workshops. They were never shared in the workshops, so they could have some distance between us and the people who write them, so they can feel comfortable. And through the texts on the notebooks and the letters and some of sentences of the people that were involved, it was created a play, and we will see a small video of the play in the end. And schools and women were watching the play, and now it's on video so that we could share, and it's available on our website. Is it working yet? And lastly, we had a guide, tools for autobiographic writing. Here is one of the experts of the manual, Dr. Marta, and it allows that other entities, shelters can use these tools, adapt them, and work with writing. It's also available as a publication. And now, very quickly, I'm going to show you some of the tools that we've used. This was a game that we did. Of course, it's handmade with our skills when it comes to drawing, but we worked lots of sentiments. And these are tools that help to write and to think about what is important. For example, fear, rage, guilt. These are things that are really present when it comes to the talks we have with these women. We have those chronographies. We have the personal history of the women. And now to end, it is important to write. Writing not only can change you, and you can also empower women and let them break the cycle of violence and get free. Thank you so much.
Afastou das amigas, da mãe, dos irmãos. Estava cada vez mais sozinha. Gritava, humilhava, dizia que ela não prestava para nada. Era feia, gorda, burra. Eram os questionários. E vais com quem? Eram telefonemas. Já viste as horas? E onde estás? Estou a ouvir vozes. Tu tens outro. Tens outro. Desculpava e desculpava. Acreditava que era ela a culpada. Acreditava, mais uma vez, que tudo ia mudar. Mas não. O medo começou a apoderar-se dela. Terminou. Seguiram-se ameaças, insultos, perseguições, mensagens e telefonemas insistentes.
Reconstruo-me um dia atrás do outro. Perdi a vergonha que nunca devia ter tido. Falo porque o silêncio é o nosso pior inimigo a seguir a quem nos fez mal. Sem hematomas, sem facas apontadas, sem corpo maltratado ou assassinado. Só me foi morrendo a alma e a vontade de ser eu própria, obrigando-me a ser socialmente apta, competente, completa, mas, na verdade, a desfazer-me por dentro. Porque uma mulher forte não pode ser vítima de uma relação abusiva, dizem os juízes, diz o suposto senso comum, diz a sociedade em que vivemos, dizem até algumas pessoas próximas. E é mentira. Eu sou uma mulher forte e sou uma sobrevivente de uma relação de intimidade abusiva. Os hematomas, guardei-os todos na minha autoestima, na confiança em mim, nas lutas para não ser o lixo que alguém que afirmava gostar de mim me fazia sentir. Todas estas agressões invisíveis, mas assustadoramente reais, existiram nesta relação e existem em muitas relações ditas e vistas como normais.
Muito bem, muito obrigado às
Thank
três
you very
depois
much
desta
to
mensagem
the three
forte
of you
sobre dos
after this
nossos
strong
dramas da nossa
message
sociedade.
about some of the
Nós já
drama
estamos muito
of our
atrasados, o secretário já
society.
está,
We are
de
already
Estado já
very
está ali à
late
espera há não
and
sei quanto
our
tempo.
Secretary of State has been
Mas eu
waiting for
também não
quite a
queria,
long time,
enfim,
but
se calhar aceito
I
uma
didn't
pergunta.
want.
Eu sei
Maybe
que não
I'll
é fácil,
accept one
com os três
question.
projetos
I
tão
know
interessantes, pelo menos do meu ponto de vista.
it's not easy after
e tão
three projects
variados.
that were so interesting and so diversified.
Está ali uma pessoa.
We have someone with a question.
Ia pedir para serem muito
I'm asking you to be very
rede de jovens
brief.
para a igualdade, fiquei
In
bastante
the
curioso
network for young people,
saber como é que
equality
conseguiram
for young
focar a
people, I'd like
mensagem
to
no
know how
agressor,
you can focus the
sendo que
message
nas mais
on
jovens
the
às vezes o
perpetrator,
proibido acaba por
given
ser o mais
that in
apetecido.
young
Mas depois
people
reparei que o
they generally
slogan, aliás,
want
os dois
the
slogans
wanted
é
fruit the most.
a lei não nos protege e não estás sozinho.
The law does
Ou
not
seja, a
protect us
mensagem
and they're
que
not
davam no
alone.
início
That's
depois
the
não se
only
concretizou na
message
campanha. Eu
that
estava
you
curioso
gave
saber
at the
como é que
beginning, but it
conseguiste
didn't
fazer.
come true in the
Não sei se
campaign.
houve
So
outra-
I wanted to
outro
know
momento
how
de
you did. I
comunicação
don't know
que
if there was
conseguiste
another
fazer.
moment of communication where you were able to apply this.
Eu não percebi a pergunta.
I didn't
Perdão.
understand your
A pergunta
question.
é,
I'm so sorry.
se vocês dizem
My
que o
question
objetivo
is,
da
if you say that the
comunicação
objective of
era
communication
focar a
is
mensagem
to
no agressor,
focus
ou
the
seja,
message on the
no rapaz
perpetrator,
que fazia o
that is
vídeo,
on the boy
como
that
é
was
que
doing the
depois isso
video,
materializou numa
how
campanha,
did
visto que os
that
dois slogans,
create a
é
campaign given that the
a
two
lei não
slogans
nos
are,
protege, ou seja,
one, the
é a
law
rapariga
does
a
not
dizer que não é
protect us,
protegida,
so
e o
the
outro
young
é,
girl saying that
não
she's not
estás
protected,
sozinha,
and the
avisar a
other one
rapariga que não
saying
está sozinha.
you're not alone,
Nos
saying to
dois
the young girl
focamos
that she's not
como
alone.
sujeita à ação
In
a
both,
rapariga, e o
we are
agressor
focusing
não foi
on the
focado.
subject of
Essa é a minha
aggression,
dúvida, como é
the
que
girl,
Não, ou
and
seja, o projeto
not
tinha
the
como objetivo
perpetrator.
trazer esta
So the
sensibilização
objective
para o
of the
facto de
project
que é
was to
importante
raise
socialmente
awareness
não
on
continuarmos,
what
como
is
falamos quando falamos de vítimas
socially important.
sobreviventes, neste caso até mesmo seja violência doméstica,
Whether it
violência
is
sexual,
domestic
não pôr
violence,
ênfase
sexual
sempre sobre
violence,
o
we don't
papel ou a
want to talk
atitude ou o comportamento das
always
mulheres e
about
de
the
que forma é que
behavior
foram elas as
of women
responsáveis
and
pela
the way
violência
that
que
they
sobre
were
elas recaiu
responsible
e
of the
pensámos que
violence that befell on
devemos
them,
sim
and we
focar a
want
mensagem quer
to
na
focus
sociedade,
the
quer nos
message,
agressores. Quando nós
on
dizemos
society
a lei não
and
nos
on the
protege, nós
perpetrator. When
estamos
we
a
say the
focar
law
dizendo
doesn't protect
claramente
us, we
que
are
há
focusing
uma
by
falha
saying
por
that
parte da
there
lei
is
e é importante, portanto,
a
para
flaw
nós
in the
tipificar
law,
o crime,
that the
para
law is
garantir que há
failing,
uma
and
consciência
we need to
social
make
de
sure that
que
there is a social
existe um crime que está a
consciousness, that there
acontecer
is
e que
a
nós
crime that is
socialmente não o
happening and that
reconhecemos como
socially
tal,
we
porque
do
para
not
nós é apenas
recognize
debaixo da vida
it as
privada.
such,
Ninguém
because
sequer percebe o
for
que é que
us
significa
it's from
debaixo
the
da vida
sphere of
privada.
the
E depois não estás
private life.
sozinha, uma vez
And
mais é
you're not
importante
alone.
porque
Once again, it's important
uma vez mais
because
nós temos que perceber
once
que o
again we
tipo
need
de
to
violência que
understand
as
that the
mulheres
type of
sofrem, ela é
violence that
estrutural,
women
ela
go
não é
through
individual,
is
ela faz
structural. It's
parte
not
de um
individual. It's
maior
part
de
of a
relações
greater
sociais
system
entre
of
os
a
sexos.
social
E
relationship
como tal,
between
deixar bem claro às
genders.
raparigas
And
que
so we
elas
need
não
to
estão
tell
sozinhas,
the girls that
que
they're
existem
not alone,
organizações que
that there are
podem ajudar,
organizations that can
existem
help them,
autores que
that there are
podem
services that can
proteger,
protect them, and to make it clear that there is that it's important for us to be mobilized so that there is an action from the law and that there is awareness of these matters. I don't know if I answered your question. I'm going to accept one last question. because no one would allow me not to accept another question. Now a question from a lady. It's the last one, please. I'm not going to do a question, I'm going to do a comment that I couldn't do earlier regarding the projects. Congratulations, they're fantastic. I believe that they show what we are all thinking. Regarding the Passion Project, I want to say that there's an important aspect that was worked on, and that is families. That is making sure that families are part of things here. The communication is something, then at home we talk in a different way, so it's important to make sure that families are involved. Regarding the other project, what's very important is that it's important to work among peers, because I'm a teacher and there is this idea that teachers work for students, and we do not need to work for students, we need to work with them. Because their reality is different than what we had on our time, and we can't put ourselves in their shoes. They know better than anyone how to handle situations. The last one, it's the reality, of course, and this is the reality. We can't focus just on girls. We need to work on boys to deconstruct toxic masculinity. They don't have to be strong. They don't need to be brave. They don't need to dominate. They need to be, as they are, respectful boys towards girls. So I think that it needs to be worked on with both genders. Congratulations for the projects that we heard of right now, and the others as well. It's an added value for education, and we're going to do our best to disseminate them. Thank you very much. We're now going to close this panel. I would like to thank these three ladies who presented wonderful projects, and that's it. Let's move on, and a round of applause for them, please. We are now reaching the final phase of our seminar. To begin our closing session, we are going to give the word to the President of the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality, Sandra Ribeiro. Good afternoon to all the people who are present here and people who are following us through Facebook. I'm going to be brief because we are very late already, but I wanted to say that it was a day that went by so quickly, because there was such a great quality in the presentation of projects here that we didn't realize time was flying by. The people who were talking here had to speak quickly. People were speaking so quickly that our interpreters were already losing their ability to interpret duly. And that's a good sign. We could promote equality and non-discrimination without specific programs for equality, and this program of active citizens or EEA grant. Yeah, we could, but it wouldn't be the same thing. And here I'd like to say and to thank the program, the EEA Grants Program, to thank our partners, to thank the donating states, the LLO, the FMO, who have been working with us, because they make a great difference in our work, that help us realize this plan that is not secret, to change the mentality of our society, to try to introduce a new culture that is not a culture of tolerance, of gender stereotypes, that is not a culture of tolerance regarding gender inequalities, and that is not a shy tolerance towards violence based on gender and domestic violence. And through EEA grants, we've managed to do that. We are being able to carry out studies, surveys that we couldn't finance otherwise, and these are going to be the foundations for legal changes for other projects. And we are also managing to be to be there on the Portuguese islands, everywhere on the country, to establishing partnerships with social partners, with local authorities, projects with the area of education, of higher education as well. And this makes all the difference, because the central state can have the idea and carry out the public and national policies that are necessary, but then practice needs octopus tentacles, and that is NGOs, peoples who are working actively with the communities, municipalities, social partners, entrepreneurial areas, the work market. Everything makes a great difference. So my perspective is for us to keep having these programs, these specific programs for gender equality, for conciliation. It's very important. Active citizens, even the confluence area, that is the transversality of all these areas, the mainstreaming, and we want to keep on working on this, working with the partners, especially with our Norwegian partners and Icelandic partners, Liechtenstein as well. We want to work with them. Sometimes we don't have that many partners from them, but we want to work on them. We want to work with them because we've been doing a great work. We have found the ability to learn and to teach as well. We have understood that is a mutual synergy that we do not want to lose, because it has made a lot of difference in the work we've been carrying out. So thank you so much. And to finish, I'd like to thank the SIG team that has accomplished this program. This program was very difficult for all of us in all our fields. It's not always happened as we've wished, but João Marteleira, Sara Duarte, Catarina Lopes, Sara Ribeiro, and the internal teams of SIG, in terms of financial area, Fernanda Silva, that ensure that days like today happen and that this program happens. Thank you very much, and keep on working.
We will now end the program with a contribute of the Secretary of State of Planning, Eduardo Pinheiro.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to congratulate you after the testimonies that we had here. It's different to add, it's difficult to add much more, but I would like to congratulate you for the organization of this seminar, testimonies and the proofs of, and showing the results. But I would like to congratulate the work that has been made until now and is now been presenting its results. So congratulations, starting naturally by the structure itself, EEA Grants, the work it does, and how it makes these resources available, especially in this area, and all the people, and congratulate all the people involved in these results. I'm here as part of the minister. It's hard for me to be here to talk about the funding. It seems not very relevant, but what's important, and I think it's something that interests us all, it's what we were able to achieve with those resources. And this is, I'm really satisfied, which is nothing new, but to watch we have a stronger testimony, and it gives us strength to assure and some strength when it comes to negotiate, to make sure that we have these resources. EEA grants have these big it's important nationally and community resources in cohesion funding, here in the conciliation, but it has a lot of merit. But besides it's complementary, it also allows us to fund projects that, if it was not because of EEA grants, would not be able to exist, because we would not be available to make them stand. it is important because it complements other funding. This is not an only resource because we have other entities, we have local authorities that are participating actively in other projects, and it also works as a seed in such important topics that are not in the day-to-day life as we would like. EEA grants are really transversal. They talk about economics of the ocean, they talk about environment, energy, equality. So these topics that are so important, so urgent, but that sometimes we cannot expose them. We don't have the ability to expose them. So it is important because with little steps we can go further. We can reach a bigger scale of the national scale, from littoral to the interior part of the country, and reach everyone. This is the big merit of EEA grants that has been allowing us to do this, not only by funding. We have this possibility, as I would put it, to have this funding since '94. Portugal has been, since the beginning of these EEA grants, that also creates a relation between us and the donor countries, and what we can share, what we receive, the good practices. I was only in Norway in these functions, and I can understand the mutual interest of all the entities that are involved in this process. So this is a process that I would say is of continuous learning and allow us to gain a new scale, to reach a new scale. But when it comes to complementing each other, these are not the only fundings that we have. With the plan of resilience and recovery that has goals, it has 3 dimensions, one called resilience, the other called dimension to climate transition and energetic, and which are important factors, but also the digital transition. They are filled with potential, and of course we have risks, and we need to be able to make a fair transition. But I think that equality principle is directly and indirectly approached in all these plans, and I would like to highlight a reform 18 that is equality between men and women, and sometimes we talk about the 60 million funding, but more important than that, or as important as that, are the reforms when it comes to legislation, the conditions that we have to have a fairer community, more equal. And we had testimonies here that make us feel how important this is. This is the goal. We want to use our resources with this sharing moment between all of us. We are now in the final moment of these panels and this day of work. We will end in 23. But I would like to share the commitment of the Portuguese state that the next framework is as ambitious as the one that we've been having and working with, so that we can continue to work with all of the partners, so that we can more and better. The society demands it. As the father of 2 teenagers, I know that I have this urgency. I want them to have a world, a country that is more equal and fairer than the one I was born in. Once again, congratulations for this day, but mostly for the work that was made and it will still be done. Thank you so much. Now we finalize the session. We would like to thank you all for being here in this seminar. I wish you all well.